And Bomber Thompson
doesn't change it; just brings out all your worst qualities.
Yeah, but I just wonder about because Bomber Thompson, as a teammate to where he turned as a coach, was very, very different.
Yeah.
So it's amazing. Is it the pressure of the job and what it can do to people?
Oh, no doubt. It just wears you down. And, I think Chris has got this thing about people keep saying he walked into a premiership. And he hasn't done it after that because that was already set up for him. And he's got that thing in the back of his mind. He's just got to relax, Chris. Mate, let it flow. A bit of that sort
Chris
of stuff.
He's always been a fierce bloke, though, Chris Scott. I don't think it's changed him as a coach.
Look, you can support your group. But I think Doc Larkin's got every right to say he doesn't believe. And Doc Larkin, if it didn't work, he'd just say, well, I got it wrong.
He is clearly not as zen-like as Shorey is. We want to hear your thinking, Shorey, but 96900 693 or 13 13 32 to join in.
Oh, okay. I want to go back to footy classified in August. Just have a listen to this first.
Ultimately, I think successful clubs, whether I think North Melbourne, where they got alignment where they're at and where they're going, and I think if you see misalignment, it's a red flag.
Well, Rossi was talking about Collingwood there, and I reckon he's become an expert on misalignments. Because he's gone to Collingwood. They didn't want him in one way, but he said, no, misalignment, I don't want to go there anyway. Then he went to Carlton. They gave it to him, and they misaligned his judgment on that. I just think Rossi's, at the end, he's got to wear this one. And you know what? I hope Carlton go back to him and appoint him coach. Because I just think this would be one of the funniest situations football's ever seen in the history of the game. I don't think it'll happen.
Well,
but
it's funny
hold
you
on.
say that.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, what do you got?
Someone said to me, and I wrote it down, quote, Ross Lyon very much in the frame.
We have been told, and I gather Tom Elliott might have delivered it on his drive time program, that there is another name very much in the frame at Carlton right now, and that is the name Don Pike. So it's all to play out. Lloydie, I'll get to you, but I want to take... we had a couple of calls up. Yep. We will take Xavier from Diamond Creek. Go ahead, Xavier. So it's all to play out. Lloydie, I'll get to you, but I want to take... Xavier, turn your radio down. I reckon you're on delay at the moment. Have another go. Xavier from Diamond Creek. No good.
I think it's Sean. That was Sean to them, anyway.
We'll go to a break and we'll come back with some calls and also with Matthew Scarlett, champion Geelong defender and assistant coach. That's next on 3AW Friday night preliminary final football.
Craig Kelly, the Honourable Dingbat,
Neil Mitchell,
has been sending out more texts. It's frustrated a lot of people.
asking the questions
Is it legal? Dr. Andrew Hughes is political marketing expert.
you want answered.
It's a pain in the neck, but it's legal, isn't it?
Yeah, sadly it is.
Is this the new norm? Is this what we're going to cop in the future?
Now we'll see it up until election day.
It all begins at 8:30.
So we're stuck with it.
But if it comes through from a number, my advice is to block it.
Neil Mitchell,
It's an area that steps into your life.
3AW 693.
If you've been injured in a road or work accident and had to take some time off work, you might be eligible to claim compensation. With over 100 years of experience, Morris Blackburn can help you get the best possible outcome so you can get on with your life again. They'll make the claims process easy and take the stress out of dealing with insurers. Head online to use Morris Blackburn's free claim check to find out in minutes if you could have a claim. Visit morrisblackburn.com.au to get started or call Morris Blackburn on 1800 111 222. It costs nothing to know where you stand. Morris Blackburn, they fight for fair, and they're a proud partner of 3AW Football.
Brent Boomer Harvey is a football legend and he's well on his way to being a legend of greyhound racing.
Well, I am getting a lot of help, though.
Oh, really? Bit of a greyhound whisperer.
No, not quite, but the next best thing. I get all the info on every greyhound race in Victoria on the Watchdog app and website. The stats, the form, the tips, and I can watch every race live and free.
You're a spectacular athlete, Boomer. How do these dogs size up?
Well, you haven't seen athletes until you see these greyhounds go, and boy, do they love to run.
The Watchdog app and website, live and free.
You don't just get great deals at your local Foodworks store. You'll be able to shop a huge range with a local store that's a part of your community. At Foodworks, we're about great value. We're also where you go when you're looking to do an easy shop. While you're watching the footy, don't forget to grab some 1.1 litre Schweppes drink varieties. They're on special. With nearly 400 stores, there's always one nearby. Shop local and save. Foodworks. that works.
I am here to show you all how to Ladbroke. Make every race this spring even more exciting. Get the download on the download. Ladbroke it this spring carnival. But let's not stop there. Let's Ladbroke the world! Gamble responsibly.
Here's Brent Boomer Harvey for his regular preview, proudly brought to you by the Watchdog app, where you can see vision of every Victorian Greyhound race live and free. Greyhound racing, Boomer, have you done the form and found a good prospect that we can all get behind?
It's a massive day at Hillsville this Sunday with the running of the Group 2 Hillsville Cup and the culmination of the Hillsville Festival of Racing. And what a festival it has been. The Group 1 final has some amazing range of finalists, from Group 1 winning legend to one dog only having his 4th start. My tip, however, is Aston Geneve. Get this stat. Only 6 starts and every one of them have been a win. That's 100% strike rate. That's enough for me for sure. Aston Geneve in the Hillsville Cup this Sunday, box 4 at 12:22. Good luck.
There we have it. Boomer Harvey's pick. You can watch every Victorian Greyhound race live and free and check out Boomer's picks. Just download the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Don't forget, please gamble responsibly.
Ball thrown back into play. Keziah Piggott rows, runs in, kicks the goal. Spilled down to Hawkins. Short little kick. And Luke Dalhouse takes the mark. This would be a confidence booster for him. He's got it.
It gets out the back. Cameron pouring through the boot at it, but Hawkins kicks the goal.
And the mark is taken by Hawkins. Brings it back. Hooks it back. He trains for those. And he puts them through on the big stage. Launches toward full forward. Hawkins sits back. Snaps on the left. Brings it back. He's got his 3rd.
And another mark, this time to Rowan. It is all Geelong at the moment.
Throw free kick. It's going Melbourne's way. Clayton Oliver runs to 45 and kicks the goal. It ends a run of 9 straight goals from Geelong. Came to Varney. Handball to Oliver. Oliver snaps and he goes.
Clayton Oliver, who has been Herculean tonight. Let's be honest.
I like that. McDonald comes down. Spargo snap. Goal. Another one. Another one for Melbourne.
On 50. Lever puts it to the top of the square. Max scored marks. Max scored marks. The skipper has marked the ball and will kick after the siren. It is a slight angle. It is 20 metres out. The siren goes. Cometh the man. Cometh the moment. Max scored. This is your stage. This is your time. He comes in. He kicks. He goes. Melbourne are the minor premiers. They are top of the table. The Demons win a thriller at Caninian Park. Round 23 and Melbourne winning top spot on the ladder against the Cats with a massive comeback. I wonder if we could have something like that tonight. Let's hope so. We're joined on 3AW Football by Matthew Scarlett, champion Geelong defender and now assistant coach. And Matthew, we're going to pit our star full forward against you. First up, Matthew Lloyd.
Matty, thanks for joining us tonight.
Hi, Lloydie. Good to be here, mate.
Yeah, no, we can't wait for tonight. 51 minutes away we are from this huge game. And I want to ask you, Matt, in terms of preparing for this game, do you go back and look at the round 23 game or not at all in that regard?
Oh, yeah, certainly did, mate. Yeah, watched it a few times, actually. And obviously we did a fair bit right and a lot wrong in that last quarter. But obviously the midfield battle is going to be crucial tonight. We do know that if we get it forward, we're going to be able to score. Melbourne's defence has been strong all year, but we kick a lot of goals that night in quick succession. So we've got to put their backs under a fair bit of pressure tonight, but got to play better for longer than we did in that home and away game.
And did you adjust things from week 1 of the finals to week 2 in regards to your ball movement at all, just to try and penetrate this Lever-May defence?
Yeah, a little bit, mate, but it was more around just the basics and the fundamentals. Like that first final, we couldn't take a mark or hit a 15-metre kick, so we got ambushed a little bit that game and our skills were off and we weren't quite ready for the contest. We were much better last week and we're going to have to be heaps better tonight as well. But certainly, mate, we have to get into our front half pretty quick tonight and put their backs under a bit of pressure.
Matty, Jack Henry, sensational last week. In fact, Lloydie, I think, described him as one of the best young defenders in the game. You'd be enjoying his development.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I did read Lloydie's comments and he's right on the mark there. Look, Jack's been a pretty good player for a few years now and one sort of young guy that's performed really well in all of our finals dating back over the last 3 or 4 years. So he's developed into, I reckon, one of the best key defenders in the competition. Doesn't get rattled by the big final. He's a pretty level-headed kid and nothing phases him too much. So hopefully he can have a good performance tonight. But I was pleased to read those comments.
Matty, in that just that commentary we heard then, Clayton Oliver's name was bandied around. Had a massive game clearance-wise. Is he just the one you probably need to sit on when you talked about the clearances and contests, that he's the one you say stop him at just getting the clearances as clean as he has?
Yeah, he was super. The last time he played, he's pretty much really good every game he plays. So we don't really have a hard tag on those guys. It's going to be a bit of a midfield battle, our guys versus their guys. So it's going to be a huge opportunity for our guys to hopefully get a bit of ball on Clayton. But he's really dynamic, really clean around the stoppages, but he's not going to have a really hard tag. Hopefully, he has to play on Paddy and Joel a fair bit as well. So, but he's a terrific young player.
When you talked about your forwards and scoring goals, and you did it quickly in that game, and I think I'd be looking at the 40-point lead you had more than what happened in the last, because you can sit back a bit. But is it more about just your personnel, as in Ratagalia and those types coming into the fix to sort of make sure that you will outmark them if you get it in there quick enough?
Yes, certainly. You've got to be able to compete with them in the air. May and Lieber have been awesome at that all year. And if you bring it to ground, you're a chance to score. So that night we were really strong around stoppage for the first three quarters and really penetrated out of there and got it in quick to our forwards. Melbourne tend to play pretty high off the back of the stoppage and don't sit there spare too far back. So we think if we're good around the ball, we'll get enough looks, and Hawke and Jezza should worry them.
And just on the Clayton Oliver issue, Matthew, some commentators were entertaining the idea of Selwood actually being given that task. It doesn't sound as though you're committed to that idea.
Look, he'll be on him for a fair few stoppages, because I think they'll both be on ball for most of the game. So Joel will be on him, Pat will be on him, and Cam Guthrie will be on him. But Joel certainly won't be tagging Clayton, but he'll spend a fair bit of time on him around the stoppage, and that's pretty exciting. I think the old bull versus the young bull.
Matty, probably not the right time to ask 48 minutes, 15 seconds till the preliminary final, but there are some coaching vacancies around. Do you have aspirations to be a senior coach?
Not really, mate. I really enjoy, obviously, the assistant role, and I love working for the Geelong Footy Club. I have obviously a strong passion for the place. It's given me so much, not only in my career, but my life as well. And look, I adore and love my backline guys. I love coaching those guys, so I can't see myself, unless I get sacked, moving to another club in the distant future.
And Matty, we have to ask you about Tom Stewart. Do you believe he's some sort of chance if he can get through tonight to play in the grand final?
I'm hearing that he is, yeah. Look, I haven't really gone to the doctors and said, is Stewie a live chance? He's ticking all the boxes really well. He ran a couple of days ago and looked awesome, and he certainly hasn't been ruled out. Mark O'Connor's the other one that's running really well, so obviously we just need to win tonight, give him a couple of weeks to give him an opportunity, but I think he's a live chance.
So what sort of training is he currently doing?
He's running. Stewie's running. He had a big running session. We trained here on Wednesday, and Stewie was off to the side running quite strongly. So I'm not sure he's done a lot of change of direction yet, but he was straight line running pretty much at top speed and has pulled up really well. So, I think, he's a live chance.
And just a question about, directed to you as a defender yourself. The two attacks are quite different in that you've got those three focal points who have kicked a lot of goals between them this year, whereas Melbourne have kind of lesser light forwards, but they've got more of them. Which do you think is harder to defend against?
I'm not sure, really. I guess Melbourne a little bit more unpredictable and got some really good ground-level players, and obviously Brownie's a good player, and Posy Pickett, I love Posy Pickett. He's going to be a really good player. So I'm not sure. It's good having the champion forwards at the other end. Obviously, that's going to worry Melbourne's key defenders. I think you need good, strong key forwards against the Ds, and we've certainly got that.
Terrific, Matthew. Thank you very much for joining us, and good luck tonight.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Matthew Scarlett over in the West in the lead up to the game. We're down to just over 3/4 of an hour from the first bounce. Geelong and Melbourne for a place in the grand final, and of course so much sentimental support for the Demons, who have been in a couple of grand finals since they last won a flag in 64, but they were both horror movies for them. Hawthorn beat them by 16 goals in 1988, and the Bombers beat them by 11 goals, I think it was, near enough.
2000, yeah.
Yep. In 2000. We are going to push on with my thinking is 96900 693 or 13 13 32. before we do that, we might have a look ahead to tomorrow, I think is my instruction.
Interesting development today with the Western Bulldogs, who are playing Port Adelaide, as we know, and the difficulty that these teams are having today. Luke Beveridge this morning, Lloydie, and we've got the audio now, was convinced that they couldn't actually train. They've arrived today, that they'd have to stay in their hotel rooms. Now, in terms of integrity, I reckon that would be unacceptable to not be able to actually roll your legs over. But here's Luke Beveridge today.
We just deal with it comically. You know, it's the pandemic's serious. We know that, but this one's unreasonable. So all you can do is laugh at it. It's a bit like the quarantine hotel last week. The way our people were treated, you just got to let that wry grin emerge on your face and just have a little bit of a chuckle and move on. And our players, they'll do that.
So South Australian health authorities are insisting they can train tomorrow, but it's if they can't, Lloydie, is that fair?
He was saying, though, was it today they wanted to train? I think they wanted to get off the plane after a 3-hour flight or whatever and head straight to train, and they weren't allowed. So, and also they've been tested, I think, 14 times in 25 days.
Unbelievable.
So... he's got to be careful, Luke. Obviously, he's not happy with the way the treatment has been. But, I think it's interesting.
Did they train?
I'm not sure what happened today, Mick, but that was his complaint.
Well, they would have found the park. You had to find something. They didn't have to stay behind doors, did they? It was just they couldn't get on to the Adelaide Oval. Is that right?
No, I thought he was of the view they couldn't
even get out of the...
But I don't know whether that was actually what happened.
Some of the corridors would be pretty busy.
A few Sharons running around.
Done that before.
Take a couple more calls. In my thinking is we still have to give away the couple of bottles of De Bortley. Lloydie is the judge. Neil from Winchelsea, go ahead.
G'day, guys. Just my thinking is Geelong really have to stop Christian Salem on that back half. His rebound and ball disposal must be stopped to win.
Yeah, good pick up there. I think he's the one man who sets him up pretty well from that end. And I don't know if they'll play a small foot. Like Graham Myers, will he go to Myers? I don't know. Lord, he probably suits him a little bit, but if he goes up the ground, that might be better for Salem if Graham Myers goes deep. But, we'll just have to wait and see.
96900 693 or 13 13 32 to have a shot at the prize. Dave from Melton.
G'day, boys. How you doing?
Good, Dave.
Yep. My thinking is that my grandpappy used to tell me coaching Carlton is like being two bulls in the paddock. Doesn't matter how you spin it, sooner or later one of them's going to get the arse.
Mick, what did Dennis Pagan have to say this morning?
He called it a snake pit down at Carlton. And
nothing's changed for 25 years, he said.
Exactly.
He said it doesn't matter whether it's Mick Molehouse or something, or Snowy on the Trams, which was an old favourite of Dennis's. Snowy on the trams, but they get you in the end.
So my quick thinking is the national draft this year is again going to be an absolute lottery. So I'm fortunate enough to have two boys from my team that should be drafted. And I asked the question, what range do you think they in? And one club might say 20, another club may say 55, 60.
Right.
So that's just because they've played 7 to 10 games in 2 years. So outside of the top 10 to 15 players, the vast range of what one club might see a player to another, it's going to be fascinating again. I think in 5 years' time, we're going to see some real bargains, more so than we've ever seen in the history of the game, and we're also going to see some huge flops around the 15 to 20 mark.
And on the Haileybury kids, you would be the person most qualified in the universe to give a really informed opinion, Lloydie. Are you in demand?
Some clubs more than others, Tim. So some have asked for vision. Some ask for all sorts of things. They'll ring your school teachers, their principals, want everything, and other clubs you don't really hear from too much, so they all do it different ways, Mick.
What are the names of these two Haileybury boys?
So the name Marcus Windhager, but he is linked to St Kilda in the academy, so if he goes inside 20, he can go anywhere, but outside 20 he'll go to the Saints, and the other one is Connor McDonald, who was our captain this year, who should be drafted, and then we've got another boy by the name of Justin Davies, who might be a late chance as well.
Mark from Gisborne, have a shot at the couple of bottles of De Bortley, Mark.
Yeah, guys, how are you? It's very interesting that the big breaks now that if Melbourne win tonight, they got another 2 weeks to go. You know, the 2 games of the month stuff, and it doesn't. I don't think it suits a lot of clubs And look at Footscray with the bye. The bye was at the end of the season. They come through with their injuries, and it might suit Geelong that they've had a couple of big hit-outs. If they win tonight, 2 weeks off, and bang, they can go again. This whole bye stuff, it's because I coach athletics, it's very hard when you've got a routine for 22 weeks of the year, and then they stuff clubs around with these ridiculous weeks off. And they change it every year, and that's what I want to throw in there, because Bart Cummings would love it, because Geelong get up tonight, then they have a week off after they had 2 big hit-outs.
Three big hit-outs.
Yeah, it's different now. You've got to get your head right, because I played in two preliminary finals, and we lost both of them. So we had to go straight. Sorry, we won both and went straight in the grand final, and we got pretty well smashed in one and beaten in another. And then in 1990, I would have rather played up the second semi where we beat Essendon. I would have rather played the next week, have a week off. But there was a few blokes who were a bit sore, but I think we would have played just as well anyway without it.
I know we're going to go, but in recent times, when Richmond lost that first final to Brisbane
last year,
was it? They were saying that they were happy in a sense because Tom Lynch had he been suspended or had been injured? There was some Dion Prestia. There was a number of Richmond players who they thought would be better off because they needed some games.
But also they were living in their hotel rooms and they had nothing to do, and they thought we'd rather play a game and have a week off.
We'll get to our verdict in the next segment. Mark, I reckon you've just hit a fairway wood to within about half a metre of the flag, because you have echoed exactly what the judge said earlier on in the evening. We'll squeeze in a couple of calls perhaps in our next segment, 96900 693 or 13 13 32. But there's a break upon us. Before we go to it, Nick Quinn from Tab. And Nick, always good to have you with us. Punters anticipating Melbourne and Port to play off in the grand final in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes, good evening, Tim. Good evening, all. And you're absolutely spot on. They've been the two better-back teams in the prelim finals. First up tonight, Melbourne, $1.50 into $1.48. They did get as short as $1.47 against Geelong. The Cats, a $2.65 chance to cause the mini upset, with the line currently at 11.5 points. Plenty of bet types. The margin betting, the D's 1 to 39 at $2. The Cats 1 to 39 at $3. Melbourne 40 plus at $4.80. The Cats by 40 plus at $13. And a draw at the end of normal time at $34. While Saturday night, Port Adelaide all the rage against the Bulldogs. The power into $1.38. The Dogs $3.10 with the line at 14.5.
Okay, and a look at the premiership market with 4 teams left.
Melbourne into $2.60. They were $2.75 following their victory over Brisbane, and punters have backed them into a clear outright favourite. Port Adelaide now a $3 chance. Geelong at $5 and the Western Bulldogs $6.50. A market up and running on the Norm Smith medal, with Clayton Oliver now a $9 favourite ahead of Ollie Wines $10, Christian Petracca $11, and Big Max Gawn, he's at $15.
And the Melbourne Storm looking to reach another preliminary final with a win tonight.
Yeah, they're up against Manly and Storm, a clear favourite, and they have been a firmer today. $1.38 into $1.36. Manly now at $3.20 to cause the upset, with the line at 6.5. The other team that will get the week off and then into a prelim, the winner of Penrith and South Sydney tomorrow night. Penrith $1.27, South Sydney at $3.80. While premiership betting, Melbourne Storm head the way at $2.40, looking to go back-to-back. Penrith at $2.75, Manly $6.50, and South Sydney $11. But a massive weekend of footy coming up. You can check the markets at tab.com.au, and please gamble responsibly.
Good on you, Nick. Nick Quinn from Tab. Just before we go to a break, major bit of news here on the player movement front. Jordan Dawson from the Swans has officially requested a trade, keen to head to South Australia, and that would be a big blow for the Sydney Swans.
It would, but what was shaping as a boring trade period suddenly is a little bit of a bubble in the water.
And we've spoken about the Lance Franklin contract for a long period of time, and they lost Alira last year, and now they're going to lose Jordan Dawson. And while you keep Luke Parker, which they had to keep
for 4 years.
There was always someone who's going to fall out, and he would be the first of about 2 or 3, I think, at the Swans that fall out.
We'll get to a break. Mixed Grill to come, and also we'll be introducing our At the Ground commentator tonight, Will Schofield, former Eagle, will be covering the game for us. He's got some interesting thoughts He actually comes from Geelong, Will, but got some interesting thoughts on the Demons. Provocative ones. Have had some airing. We'll give them a bit more very shortly. Don't go away. 3AW Finals football continues, brought to you by McDonald's.
When you're a tradie, time is money. And that makes it time to head to Robot Building Supplies, because Robot's got it. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing, and more at the lowest prices. Like
Corrie Roof Sheeting Zinc in stock at $11.55 per metre. Colour also available, custom cut.
Save time and money with Robot. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Amy has always helped Australians get back on the road, but now more than ever it's vital those on the front line get to where they need to be. That's why we're offering free roadside assist to first responders, hospital staff and COVID healthcare workers Australia-wide until the end of the year. Amy and non-Amy customers, supporting those who are supporting us. To take advantage of this offer, visit amy.com.au. T's and C's and eligibility criteria apply for Amy Temporary Roadside Assist and this offer. Go to amy.com.au for more details.
Have you been injured in a road or work accident? Morris Blackburn will get you the best possible outcome so you can get on with your life again. It costs nothing to know where you stand. Call Australia's #1 injuries law firm on 1800 111 222.
Morris Blackburn, we fight for fair.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you for every health concern that life presents. Make Epworth your choice for cancer care, because we care for the important things in life. You, from diagnosis to treatment and rehabilitation. Our oncology specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to an Epworth oncology specialist in Melbourne or Geelong, or visit epworth.org.au.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna. Ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
The Isuzu D-Max is born to play.
You can go your own way. Go your own way.
With 4x4 terrain command, a rear diff lock, and up to 800mm weighting depth on all 4x4 models. Get off-road and live it up in the powerful 3-litre turbo diesel Isuzu D-Max. Search Isuzu D-Max.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
There's pressure on everyone. There's pressure on every footy club. If you look at history and circumstance of all teams that are still in the running, there's pressure on every side for different variety of different reasons. You know, our pressure comes because we haven't won it for such a long period of time. But that's a real privilege for us. You know, we think we've worked our way to create an opportunity to put our best on show, and that's the way we're looking at it. We want to embrace that past. We want to make sure that we really respect what the opportunity that's in front of us and go after it. And that's what the players have been brilliant about all year. They've been able to reset themselves. They've been able to understand the importance of staying in the moment. And it's no different now. Just because we're getting closer, that doesn't change our thought process.
Melbourne coach Simon Goodwin, one game away from a grand final appearance with the grand old flag, the team of the red and the blue. Just a little anecdote. I remember being out at Glenferrie Oval, I reckon on the Thursday before the 1987 grand final. I'd done a TV interview with Alan Jeans, And we just had a pretty brief chat, and I remember him saying to me, and remember this is only, a few months before he had a brain aneurysm, but he said to me, the pressure is incredible. And he was a 4-time premiership coach, a man regarded as calm and in control of what he did, but that's what it was like then, and I'd imagine it's still very much the same, but maybe coaches are help through it all now. Simon Goodwin always sounds remarkably calm. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Mick's Grill. Throw it on the barbie, Mick.
Tim, the usual house-trained suspects have been at it again this week. The night grand final must stay forever, they're telling us. A ratings bonanza it will be, expanding the reach of our showpiece game to the world. What a load of drivel, Tim. The only time for the AFL grand final, 2:30 p.m, Saturday afternoon, Melbourne Cricket Ground. A great tradition of our country, a great tradition of Melbourne culture. A day grand final is one of the most important days on the Australian calendar. It's great for kids. As Wayne Carey said this week, you don't want the Norm Smith medal presented at 11:30 at night so none of the kids can see it. I don't know why we have this debate every year. It's boring. Show some leadership, AFL. Lock it in for the afternoon for the next 50 years alongside that MCG contract, because it's a beautiful day, Tim.
Excellent stuff. Mick, anyone disagree, Lloydie?
I'm coming around to not
to vandalising the game.
No, why? Because what about the prelims? Why do we have them on a Friday and a Saturday
Because they're just
night?
a game. It's about the game. This is about the day, the families, the barbecues, the get-togethers.
But who pays for this game?
The money is... what price? Tradition.
Eddie's got you.
No, I'm
he
coming
was
around.
full bottle on it on Wednesday night.
He is full bottle, and I love the day grand final too, but I'm also realising that this game has been absolutely bleeding for 3 years, and I think we have to look after. If a network says, hey, we're putting in $1 billion and we want it at night, I think I used to stay up and watch grand final marathons till my eyes just close. That's what I wanted to do as a kid. So if you're telling me that kids won't stay up till 11 o'clock at night...
Yeah, but grand final marathons are past.
Yeah.
The time is 2:30 on an afternoon for my thinking too. Because the pros and cons, if you put them up there, I would think you'd have more pros than cons about that. I understand the money part of it, but gee, there's a lot more than just the money part of it. And let me tell you, once they pay that one yearly instalment, whatever comes out of the TV rights, that will still work for them on a Saturday afternoon to what it's
What about 5 o'clock?
Why? What's wrong with this? It's just a magnificent occasion. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If you still play, who's the biggest person involved in grand finals? The players.
Players, yeah.
If you're still playing, would you rather have it at 5 o'clock at night and finish at 8 and 9, not be able to enjoy what you've done on that day? Would you? Which I think is the biggest part of it.
It is amazing afterwards, but I think there could be a win-win potentially, and it might not be 2:30
we're disappointed in you.
No.
Everybody to their own.
It's not a one-sided argument.
He's crossed
Everybody to their own opinion, even if they're wrong.
And in terms of the theatre, there is something about night. When I know just being at really great games at night, it's sort of... Because there's that black ceiling overhead. No, it is, Mick. So it is the reality. I've called games at night which have been unforgettable in their theatrical vividness, and it's not quite the same as that by day. On the other hand, I mean, there is a very strong case for the day because it enables all sorts of things, from the
all
North
levels
Melbourne breakfast to a party afterwards in the evening.
Can I tell you something else that matters? Every single poll I've seen for 10 years, 80, 90% of people say keep it in the day. So the AFL should listen to those people who are the voting public, the people who pay the memberships. And if you've got polling of that magnitude, Tim, and you just turn around and spit in their face, which is what it seems like they're
going to do. But they have stuck with it until now.
It's
been interstate.
Has it been good?
Perth is a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, we understand why
it's happening now.
No problem.
And as far as I know, he's committed to 2:30 next year. I thought I read during the week that the grand final will be 2:30.
Gill's already said that. Yeah.
Has he?
No, he said that it's going to be day.
Yeah.
Okay. Whether it's 4 o'clock or whatever, but he said it's going to be starting the day.
Yeah. What about the year after?
I've got no idea. I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Lloydie, It's judgment time.
And it's not
my
because
thinking is.
Yeah, and it is, Mark, because...
Yeah, agree with you.
No, I hate the buy. I just hate it. I don't think...
I'm with you.
At any stage. I think if you want to manage your players, that's why you got 40-odd players. Manage them, give them a break where they need to. But I love just heading straight from finals into the first week of the finals and having 2 weeks, apart from a bloke who gets concussion, that's the only win we get out of this bye between the prelim and the grand final.
It's a marathon, not a sprint,
Yes.
the durable win out.
That's right.
Mark, a couple of bottles of DeBortley Heathcote wood-fired Shiraz. Jimmy Bartell recommends it.
Congratulations.
And so does Steve Bracks. Just before the break, Bill from Northcote on grand final starting time.
Tim, how you going, boys?
Good, Billy.
Tim, tell Mr. Warner, start the game off at 4:30, mate. By 7:30, everything's all finished, mate. Best on ground, blah, 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 entertainment. Tim, none of the kids go to bed early these days, mate. They're on the computers and the mobiles. They're all going to bed at 11, 12 o'clock. Just start it at 4:30, mate. We'll get half of it in daylight, half at night time. It's perfect 4:30, Tim. Absolutely perfect timing. And they get the ratings, they get the catch for the TV, and everyone's happy.
Twilight, Bill.
Yeah, 4:30.
Twilight
Kick off
time.
at 4:30. Get knocked off by 7:30.
But what about the adults? What about the adults who are in bed by 9, like myself?
Come on, Shuri, you're still counting at the end of the day, mate. You're the real estate agent making heaps of cash these days.
If there was a cashier, you'd be up past 9.
Here we go. He had to get one back, didn't he?
We've got to get to a break. On the other side of it, Bruce Beaver is going to be joining in with his burning questions, and also we will be bidding a warm welcome to our coverage to Will Schofield, Eagles Premiership defender from 2018. And as a young fella, I think he went to the college, so he might have a leg in the Geelong camp as well as the West Coast one, but apparently not the Demon one, just from the little sample we have picked up during the week. More of that after this on 3AW. Preliminary final football. It's brought to you by McDonald's. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Peel and scan to win today. It ends the 19th of October 2021. This is 3AW football.
3AW Breakfast.
But Amelia claims that ooft is a thing. Have you heard ooft?
No. With Ross and Russ.
Chanel Valor from Channel 7.
It's definitely a thing. Something bad happens, you go, oof.
And something good happens and you go,
oof.
Weekday mornings from 5:30.
Okay, Chanel, you know what your challenge is.
Oh, 6 p.m, be watching. Yeah.
Your challenge is to get oofed into one of your reports on 7 News. Challenge accepted?
Challenge accepted.
3AW 693.
When you imagine a robot, you might think of a man of steel. Well, robot is also the name you think of when you need strong, tough, reliable building supplies. Robot building supplies, the toughest materials at the lowest prices. From the stumps to the roof, Robot's got it. Robot building supplies' massive range gives them extra buying power, and this lets them pass huge savings onto you. So for everyone who builds, from tradies to DIYers, from building a house to building your children's cubby house, go get yourself a robot. Robot Building Supplies. Go online to robotbuildingsupplies.com.au or in-store at Notting Hill, Dramana, Preston, Sunshine, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Or call 1300-GO-ROBOT.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no 300 repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
Here's how your Ladbroke players.
Choose your promo this Saturday on races 1 to 4 at Flemington and Kemp Lagrange with Ladbroke Switch. Download the Ladbrokes app today. Max bonus $50, stake excluded, T's and C's apply. See ladbrokes.com.au for details. Gamble responsibly.
Amy has always helped Australians get back on the road. But now, more than ever, it's vital those on the front line get to where they need to be. That's why we're offering free roadside assist to first responders, hospital staff and COVID healthcare workers Australia-wide until the end of the year. Amy and non-Amy customers. Supporting those who are supporting us. To take advantage of this offer, visit amy.com.au. T's and C's and eligibility criteria apply for Amy Temporary Roadside Assist and this offer. Go to amy.com.au for more details.
Tuesdays just got better with eBay Tuesdays. Every week, eBay Plus members can unlock new offers on a range of products. Start your 30-day free trial today. Trial for new members only, $4.99 per month thereafter. T's and C's apply.
Unable to work due to illness or injury? You could claim insurance through your super. Morris Blackburn ensures you get your full entitlements. For a free super claim check, visit Australia's #1 super claims law firm.
Morris Blackburn, we fight for fair.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
When you need strong, tough, reliable building supplies at the lowest prices, think Robot. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Dramana, Preston, Sunshine, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Or robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. Proud supporter of 3AW football.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away.
Throughout Australia, welcome to 3AW's coverage of this preliminary final between Melbourne and Geelong from Optus Stadium, bringing you tonight's action. In special comments, 5-time All-Australian Matthew Lloyd, the 1990 Norm Smith medalist Tony Shaw, and 2018 Premiership player Will Schofield. And in commentary, it's a very good Friday night to Tim Lane and Bruce Eva.
Thank you, Craig Willis. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our coverage from Optus Stadium in Perth, the first preliminary final. Melbourne shooting for their first grand final appearance in 21 years. Geelong looking to go back-to-back. That's in terms of making the grand final. We all know what happened at the Gabba in the final game last year against the mighty Tigers. All of our stats tonight thanks to eBay. This is just the second preliminary final played between these two foundation clubs. In fact, the oldest clubs in the country. Way back in 1954, 67 years ago, Melbourne beat Geelong 10-7 to 7-8 in the only other preliminary final that these two magnificent clubs have played. More recent history, of course, Melbourne has won both meetings against the Cats this year. Their last meeting just 20 days ago when the minor premiership was decided after the final siren, with All-Australian captain Max Gawn kicking the winning goal. Plenty more numbers to come throughout the night. Huge coverage ahead. Will Schofield to join us in just a few moments' time. Lloydie and Shorey, good evening to you both. Maybe we'll start with the changes that have occurred in the last 20 days since these two teams last met. Just the one change for the Demons, Michael Hibbert in, of course, for Joel Smith. 4 different players, though, for the Cats from 20 days ago, including Zach Tui and Mitch Duncan, but also the extra size up forward in Asava Radaglia. How much of a factor is that going to be?
Oh, huge. Absolutely huge. I think Zach Tui, we saw what he did last week. He was one of the best men on the ground with what he provided. They missed him in the first final, got him back. He made a huge difference. It made them safer. And with Blixabs back in the team, it allows for, Radaglia, back in the team, allows for Blixabs to go to full-back and steady up that defence, which was poor against Port Adelaide. And Radaglia I think he makes Gary Rowan the number 4 forward, Shorey, which is more suitable for him. And Jake Lever loves to take a small and lay off them. Well, with their setup tonight, it makes it pretty difficult.
Oh, look, I think 3 of those players are top 22 players. So that answers your question. They were in their best side if they were fit, and that's how they've played them now. And I agree with the Radaglia thing. You need to be dangerous where they are strong, Melbourne.
We spoke, or you guys spoke to Matthew Scarlett half an hour or so ago, and Joel Selwood came up. What about the flip side of that in terms of a negating role by the Demons? Do you think it's a given that James Harmes goes straight to Dangerfield, or maybe would he pick up someone like Sam Menegola?
I'd go to Dangerfield. That's who I'd go to. More so, Menegola accumulates a lot, but doesn't really drive with his legs and take yardage with it. So, yeah, Danger's the one. Like Matty de Boer went to Danger last week. He's the one I'd go after, Shorey. What's your thought?
No, I'm with you. Yeah. Danger had a pretty ordinary game till the last quarter where he had 6 clearances. So if you can still get in his head, you do that. So, I'd go to Dangerfield, no doubt.
What about when Christian Petracca floats forward? He's much more of a forward threat than his midfield mate and Clayton Oliver, who was unstoppable, it must be said, down at the Cattery 20 days ago. But when Petracca floats forward, who's more likely to pick him up? Is it a Jed Buse? Is it maybe Kolajasny?
Kolajasny.
or even Jack Henry, given the threat that Petracca can
I think Jack Henry do, but I think Kolodziejczyn with the body size can really go with him. 193 centimetres. I think he'd be the one. I think Hughes might be too small for him, but they don't isolate like that anyway.
Here come the Demons, the minor premiers, hit Optus Stadium, and let's bring in Will Schofield, who is going to complete our commentary team tonight. Of course, he is a former Geelong boy, but 194 games for the West Coast Eagles, including the 2018 Premiership. Will, welcome to 3AW Football.
G'day, fellas. Thanks for having me. Hello, 3AW listeners. It's great to be here. Melbourne just run out on the ground, and a few connections for me. Geelong boy, but obviously played against Melbourne in a preliminary final here in 2018, so it's going to be a good game.
Give us the comparison. Of course, on that particular day, it was 60,000 fans in blue and gold roaring themselves hoarse, and it was a horror show for the Demons, but it's going to be a much more neutral crowd tonight, even though it is going to be a full house. Which way is the support leaning? Is it more the sympathetic vote, if you like, for the Demons, given their success-starved recent history?
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic in the crowd at the moment. There's not a lot of colours around. I heard that Melbourne were giving out free scarves and free hats out on the concourse, so potentially there's going to be some more Melbourne colours around. But I think it actually has less to do with the crowd and more about the moment, more about this preliminary final. We spoke about it in the preview that there's a lot on the line for Melbourne here, a lot of history they're playing for, and I think you'd be doing everyone an injustice if you said that the players weren't thinking about that they will know what rides on this game, and there's just as much on the stake on the line for Geelong, but there's a lot of pressure for Melbourne because they should win this game.
I'm not sure if you wrote an article, Will, or you made comments, but you believe the scars still remain or could still remain from 2018?
Oh, absolutely. I think if you tried to tell me anything different, I'd be shocked, because you'd be giving players too much credit if you thought that something that happened in a preliminary final at this ground less than 3 years ago it would just be in the back of their minds. They'd want to start well because, like I said, it's a big moment here for Melbourne, and they've got to get going and get into the game, because otherwise it does play a part. It's what AFL footballers are like. They're wired that way. They, of course, are role driven and have what they'll be playing for this game. They'll be totally focused on that. But it's amazing how little things can just stick around in your mind, and I think it'll play a little bit. But like I said, I think Melbourne will win this game. I think they're the better team and they're in better form and have had the rest. So I think they come away and win this.
Good on you, Will. Part of our commentary team right throughout the evening. We're about to take our final break. We're just over a dozen minutes away from the opening bounce tonight. Melbourne and Geelong in the first preliminary final. Melbourne, the minor premiers. The Cats coming via the long route, of course. Smashed in the qualifying final by Port Adelaide a couple of weeks ago, but bouncing back at this stadium last Friday night against the GWS Giants. These two historic clubs, it's their 222nd meeting tonight in finals. It's their 9th meeting. The Cats leading that head-to-head 5-3. In fact, Will was just talking about the 2018 preliminary final. Of course, the last time Melbourne and Geelong met in a final was in week 1 of that final series, when the Demons, in front of more than 90,000 at the MCG, beat the Cats by 5 goals. A quick break, back with the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem, and then the opening bounce. We're wrapping up our match preview, brought to you by Foodworks. Shop and save at Foodworks. That works. It's almost game time, folks. For McDonald's, 3AW is preliminary final football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
It's the AFL Finals, and it's time to play, Australia. For every AFL final with Tab, place a same-game multi with 3 or more legs, and if one leg fails, get a bonus bet back up to $50. Yup, straight between the sticks with that one. Check it all out on the Tab app today. Tab. Long may we play.
Excludes SA and WA residents. Available to tab account holders on First Online Bet. TNC's a website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1-800-858-858.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a robot at home to mow your lawn and wash the car? At least you've got Robot Building Supplies at work. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing and more. Robot's got it at the lowest prices. Like square and round tubing in prime and Gow. Starting from $17.60 for 20 by 20 by 1.6 prime tube 6.5 metres long. Robot, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Dad, come kick the footy with me.
Sorry, buddy. My knee's playing up again.
Please, Dad.
If you're one of the millions of Australians who suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try PhysioCreme. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which provides temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Pick it up from your local pharmacy, Woolworths, Coles or Chemist Warehouse today.
Buddy, let's have a kick.
PhysioCreme. Always read the label. Follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you, for every health concern that life presents. When you choose Epworth for your cardiac health, we'll care with all our heart for yours. From diagnosis to treatment and rehabilitation, our cardiac specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to an Epworth cardiac specialist in Melbourne or Geelong, or visit epworth.org.au.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna. Ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
It's the AFL Finals and it's time to play, Australia. For every AFL final with Tab, place a same-game multi with 3 or more legs, and if one leg fails, get a bonus bet back up to $50. Yup, straight between the sticks with that one. Check it all out on the Tab app today. Tab, long may we play.
Excludes SA and WA residents. Available to tab account holders on First Online Bet. TNC's a website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1-800-858-858.
18 minutes to 8 on the eastern seaboard, 18 minutes to 6 over in the Wild West. It is the West Australian capital, Perth, that is the scene for tonight's first preliminary final. Melbourne and Geelong. 3AW football, all thanks to McDonald's. Matthew Lloyd, Tony Shaw, Tim Lane and Bruce Eva in the commentary position with Will Schofield. Boundary side there at Optus Stadium. And Will, ground conditions with thanks to the Watchdog app. Download the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. It looks like it is in immaculate condition. The surface and conditions look ideal.
Yeah, the ground's looking good at the moment. There was a bit of drizzle, a bit of rain driving to the ground today, so there should be a little bit slick to start off the game, but this ground drains remarkably well. There's a 70% chance of rain coming up, so potentially we will see a bit of rain as the game goes on, but right at this second, sun's out, perfect night for footy.
Will Schofield, our special guest commentator tonight. Boundary side, of course, the 2018 Premiership player for the West Coast Eagles among his 194 games across almost a decade and a half. Lloydie and Shorey, match predictions thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Had a car accident? Call Sheen first. They'll handle your repair process from start to finish, plus provide an accident replacement vehicle. Call 1-300-REPAIR. Start to drill down into this one with your predictions before we pause for the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem.
Well, I understand what Will says. That was a disastrous loss in 2018, but there's only half the side left in this team. But what I go to is the last this season, because that's when you play the football to qualify as high as you have. And to me, the DNA that Melbourne have got, the defensive DNA, is as good as the last 20 years in AFL football. And what you've got to do is you've got to relate to being in the top 4 defences in the competition and doing it the way that they've done it. They've shown that they can beat all the best sides in the competition, which gives you enormous confidence. I'm not saying Geelong can't win tonight, because I like the balance of their side a lot better than what they had against Melbourne a couple of weeks ago. So, this is up for grabs. A couple of big matchups, like who will go to Dangerfield, Patrick Dangerfield. We've probably talked a little bit about that, Lordy, and here's the man that I'd go to. And people were talking about Joel Selwood as a defensive role against Oliver. I couldn't see that happening. I would rather go with Guthrie, a bigger body at the stoppages, because Guthrie can roll back, at the same time. But someone who's done it before, I reckon rather go with that than Selwood.
Yeah, the issue was Guthrie. He had 37 touches and 2 goals in that last game, Shorey, where Guthrie was probably just looking to get his own ball a little bit too much. But yeah, I think Melbourne are a midfield based around 25-year-olds who are in the prime of their career versus a Geelong side who, they've got champs, but they're not at their best. So I think Melbourne win by about 4 goals, Peter.
Toyota welcome you to the first preliminary final between Melbourne and the Geelong Cats. The AFL acknowledges the Noongar people of Western Australia, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you now to direct your attention to the big screens for the Welcome to Country.
Welcome to the 2021 Toyota AFL Finals. The preliminary final here at Optus Stadium. Kaya, nunak jenengan wajak boja, ngala mot boja, wen boja, kobrak boja. Maman jeneng nunak jenengan balangan wabani. Perawan nunak wot ko nunak kalak nunak boja nunak mot. Maman jeneng nunak kayawa. You're looking at Wajak country. This is the land of our people, spiritual country. It's a place where we've been gathering and creating stories for thousands of years. We ask the good spirit to watch over us and keep us safe, and at the end of the game, take each and every one of you back home safely to your families. Bola nyonga, bola, bola, bola nyonga, bola, bola, nganmur boja, boja, boja.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Not as throaty a roar as if it was to be played at the MCG, but still a very healthy noise coming from around Optus Stadium. Capacity crowd, Melbourne and Geelong just moments away from getting down to business to decide who is the first team into the 2021 Toyota AFL Premiership. It's all about number 19 today, guys. Believe it or not, in almost a century and a quarter, these two foundation clubs have both played in 18 grand finals. Melbourne's got a good strike rate. They've won 12 of them. Of course, they've lost their last couple badly in 1988 and 2000. In fact, since the Demons last made the grand final in 2000, the Cats have played in another 5 grand finals since then. The Cats 9-9 in grand finals, but of course, sometimes the hardest obstacle of all is getting there with that final step from the preliminary final, Shorey.
Yeah, it is, and there'd be a lot of nerves there. We're seeing Max Gawn go into the centre for the toss with Joel Selwood, I would think, on the other side. That's a big one in itself. I think the contest between Gawn and Stanley's just got to compete. If he can get forward and kick a couple of goals on him, he does that more naturally than Gawn, I would think. And the other one is that Jackson's been fantastic, Luke Jackson. Can he handle the pressure when Radaglia goes in there and has his time there too?
Michael Hibberd also, Beaver, is an inclusion. I like it. Joel Smith out, obviously upsetting for Joel with a hamstring injury, but Michael Hibberd can shut down players too. So if Dangerfield's to go forward, I just wonder if Michael Hibberd could potentially play a role to release the other three tall defenders.
He's the only Melbourne player with a 3 in front of his age, Michael Hibberd. Geelong have 10 of them, and here's the contrast between these teams, just the age profile. In the 25 to 29 band, Melbourne have 12, Geelong have 6. So you've sort of got the slow and the steady against the fast and the furious, and one is more experienced, but the other is on a big experience accumulation curve, and they've done everything required of them this year.
Before we get underway, we'll finally whip around the panel. Will Schofield, who are you tipping?
Melbourne for me, boys. Not by much, but Melbourne will win.
Shorey and Lloydie.
I'm still with Melbourne, been with them all year and as such.
Yeah, Melbourne, I think we're going to be talking about the age of Geelong after this game, not in a good way, but how Melbourne wiped the floor with them. What about you two?
Cats by a couple of goals.
Yeah, I'll go with the Cats, Beaver. I felt all along they can be right in this. When they were a mile in front of them down at Geelong a few weeks back, got overrun. Let's see what happens. This is why we love it so much.
Umpires Chris Donlan, Simon Meredith and Jacob Mollison in control tonight. First quarter for Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Best in the business, Tim Lane to take up the call. The first preliminary final is underway from Perth.
It's a worthy venue, the stadium in Perth. Umpire Meredith produces a worthy bounce. It was perfect. And there's a ground level contest won by Dangerfield to Stanley to Selwood. And the Cats make the first move, but the kick was too strong for Gary Rowan and comfortably marked by Christian Salem for Melbourne. He kicks half distance to Viney and then comes by to receive the hand pass. Go to the wing. Cats look pretty well set up here, although Pickett, like a thief, steals it, kicks it forward for the Demons and hits Ben Brown on the chest, sliding on his knees. He's marked it inside 50. That was a big win for the Demons. I think the Cats were a little bit careful about knocking it out of bounds, and Pickett exploited it, collected it and delivered beautifully. Ben Brown
kicked the first goal, Tim, in the opening final against the Brisbane Lions to get his team away, and often starts well, and that's the pace of Melbourne. Pickett dancing around Zach Guthrie.
In his second life as a league footballer, averaging better than 2 goals a game in his career. From on the 50, puts it in flight. It starts on line and then curls a little left and hits the post. Well, that would have been big for Melbourne. They lead by a minor score.
First score of the night for First National Real Estate. It looked a goal for about 90% of the journey. Zach Tui bounces his way out of the goal square and then handballs to Isaac Smith. The ex-Hawk crosses defensive 50 and pumps it to centre wing. Gawn in from the side, punches it in favour of young Bowie, who turns 19 on Sunday and squeezes a beautiful little pass to Pickett, who's prominent early. Waits the pass for McDonald, who marks in front of Zach Guthrie. And virtually the same distance out, but the other flank compared to Ben Brown moments ago.
It's where they're unbelievable, Melbourne. The repeat entries, they wear you down after a while because, you know, they had 23 more inside 50s than Brisbane in that first week of the finals, and becomes overwhelming for team defences. And that's not without Tom Stewart. They don't want the ball living in their defence tonight.
Non-preferred side for the right footer. Tom McDonald coming off a very quiet qualifying final. Gets too close to Zach Guthrie and the kick is into the man on the mark, and then Guthrie, giving away plenty of kilos, wrestles the bigger man over the boundary line for a stoppage.
Oh, well done.
And he's done a couple of really good defensive efforts in the first minute or so as young Zach Guthrie.
Well, that's just playing the game to the nth degree. Those little things really count.
Really well done. Looks like a boy out there among men, but that was great in every way. From the throw-in, it's forced back to the boundary. Still at right half forward for the Demons, outside the 50. Melbourne one behind. Cats yet to get near touching the scoreboard. Throw in Gawn front position against Stanley, who was so good against Mumford last week. Take away by Geelong. Dangerfield on the burst. Says, catch me if you can. And Neil Bullen did and forced the kick to fall short. It hit Hawkins on the chest and bounced off. He recaptures it. Gets a kick with the left boot out near the boundary. Tui's got it. He used the boundary line cannily there as Langdon tackled him. And Tui made sure his slide took him over with the ball, throw in just inside Geelong's 50 at right half forward.
So Gawn to do the ruck work against the current leading goal kicker in the comp in Tom Hawkins, who pushes Gawn, gets away with it, takes it clean out of the ruck and handballs to Atkins. Little fumble, gave it back to Zach Guthrie eventually and turned it over. The intercept mark taken by Oliver in front of Selwood, a true centre-half back position. Just the Ben Brown poster, the only score in the opening 5 minutes as Oliver kicks out the centre wing there. Brown flew one-handed. Was there a shepherd? There was. It's going to be an advantage free kick to Melbourne. Viney gets on the end of it and delivers it lace out and hits Neil Bullen, in fact Fritsch, on the chest at 70.
Long way out, no one on the mark. He ran to within 60 but then kicked poorly, and it's easy for Cam Guthrie, who got it to Selwood, and he sweeps it wide for Duncan, who gives a hand pass to Isaac Smith, loping forward, back inside to Duncan, who pokes a little pass on, just forward of the centre line now, and Selwood marks it. He was with Oliver a moment ago, but Matthew Scarlett told us it would be a revolving door on the big accumulating Melbourne midfielder. Now short to Cam Guthrie, who will kick into the... No, he won't. He'll go sideways out near the boundary.
Tim, this is where they're so good, Melbourne, is they get numbers back behind the ball. Gawn with Hawkins at the moment.
Duncan again, steering kick to the forward pocket. Gawn had to go the spoil on Hawkins, did it well. Over the boundary line for a throw in about 30 around from the left behind post. Will Schofield, what are you seeing early?
Yeah, some matchups there. You're right, Lloydie. Hawkins was on Gawn there late. May got stuck up the ground. Blitzhav's gone to Brown in Geelong's back line. He's wearing him very tightly, playing him on a back shoulder.
6 minutes opening term on the Husqvarna time clock. Left half forward for the Cats. Gawn wins the tap it straight to Duncan. His kick is battered down. Ball in dispute. Salem tries to work it towards the boundary line. Copped a bump from Menegola. McDonald fishes it out there to Bowie. To Oliver. To Salem, who runs out of real estate as Dangerfield half pushes, half tackles him over the boundary line, and in the same motion appeals for insufficient intent with his arms glistening in the early evening lights as well.
Just a little bit of Chris Scott about his appeal in that moment, I thought. Looked a bit perplexed that it hadn't gone his way. Stanley got the tap in front of Gawn. Straight to Viney though. Tackled, got a hand pass out to nobody in particular. Taken by Pickett, tackled by Zach Guthrie. Busy early. Myers has got it now for Geelong, and he's ganged up, and there'll be a ball up just outside the Cats 50 as they hold it in now, looking for their first score. The only score behind Melbourne's way. A poster kicked by Ben Brown from the ball up. Ground level. Selwood loves it there. Quick left foot kick into the forward pocket. May attacked it. Couldn't get to the drop. Hibbert helped him out. Shot a hand pass to May, who hand passed forward. It missed the target. Duncan takes it over the line for Geelong at the 50, left half forward for the Cats.
Yeah, I've been watching Ratugolea in the back. Here against Petty, I just look at it and I think, gee, there's a little bit of an advantage there. Now Lever's rolled onto him.
And Duncan playing behind the ball rather than round the source, Lloydie. Stanley actually outpoints Gawn on that occasion. Dangerfield can't control it though, Salem can. Handball to Petracca, first time we've called him tonight, a fumble. Dangerfield picks it up and scrambles a kick to full forward. Tui too strong for Langdon, but Langdon with a good arm tackle, should have been dropping the ball. May picks it up, just hacks it out of the defensive 50. It'll bounce towards the boundary line. Zach Guthrie will get there first, screws a kick back over the shoulder, but the intercept mark taken by young Bowie. And he'll relieve the pressure momentarily, at least for the Demons, from between the back pocket and left half back.
So the eBay stats, 6-3 inside 50s to Geelong, but they haven't looked like scoring. That's the advantage of Melbourne's defence.
Kick to the wing, well-roved Menegola off the pack. Hand pass loose, Stanley collected it. Kicks very high, touched off his boot. Will land 40 out from goal. Falls for Cameron, who should run this home, and does. And the first goal of the preliminary final round, kicked by the Cats, Jeremy Cameron, first goal kicker for First National Real Estate. Geelong a goal, Melbourne one behind.
I tell you what, for a bloke who hasn't been near the ball, Ratugolea, I just felt he looked dangerous, and that was his competing inside 50 then to get that ball and that spillage, which they have to do. Or at every stage the ball goes in deep or with some height on it. Geelong have to, if they cannot mark, bring the ball to ground, at least give themselves another chance at a shot at goal.
So we watch this on the Yarra Valley and Croydon Toyota replay. So, yeah, Radaglia has Jake Lever. I want to see Jeremy Cameron. So that's Petty. And you called it earlier, Shaw. It's a good matchup. Petty goes for the ball, drops it through his hands. And does Cameron make you pay in those situations?
Start of the night, career-wise, level with the great Dermot Brereton and Adam Goods on 464 majors. It's taken him just 9 minutes to move ahead of those illustrious pair. Stanley jumps over the top of Jackson, wins the tap. Menegola runs onto him and Oliver mows him down as soon as he gains possession. Does a little bit of the silly salmon as he's tackled on the ground. The umpire calls for it.
I tell you what, if you're the opposition ruckman, don't hit it near Oliver.
Jackson and Stanley both miss it. Neil Bullen, great handball to Petracca. Clear turf ahead of him. He streaks away from the congestion. Kicks the full forward. Ben Brown! He outbodies Blitzarves and in the end takes a pretty comfortable chest mark, only 8 or 9 metres out on a slight angle.
And that's an issue for Geelong. That's why they lost the game at Geelong in the last round. It's out of the stoppage. You've got Petracca, Oliver on the move, and when Christian has run like this, that's going to test Joel Selwood as the game wears on. He was just too quick, too explosive for him, and he's had an up and down year, Ben Brown, but he's looking dangerous tonight.
What about Henderson go to? I don't like that matchup with Blizzards late.
Man on the mark is about 7 metres out. Ben Brown approaches from 30, kicks from 15 and guides it straight through the middle. So the Geelong lead in terms of in-game time lasted for about 40 seconds. Melbourne 1-1-7. Geelong one straight 6. Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Here's Matthew Lloyd, thanks to McDonald's on 3AW preliminary final footy.
Hey, Will, you played fullback for a long, long period of time. How are you seeing that matchup? How do you view Ben Brown?
Yeah, used to get Ben Brown a lot as well, both for North and Melbourne. You've got to play him from behind and keep him in front of you at all costs. He loves to hit up, but if he gets behind you like he did on Blitzabs just then, he can be unstoppable. So you've got to get a lot of body on him. I'm with Shorey. I don't really love the matchup. He needs to play him pretty tight.
Yeah, we're watching the replay here. Yeah, spot on, Shorey. Turned him inside out. Well done, Ben Brown.
I think Henderson's a blocker. Henderson would get on that back shoulder and block him from getting there. So well done to Ben Brown there. And the great clearance to Petracca.
Yarra Valley Toyota replay because Jackson was in the ruck. So Henderson was picking up Gawn, who was stationed deep forward as well.
Demons by a point. Bounce a little off centre. Umpire Mollison has to get out of the way and let the players go at it. Jackson won it at ground level for the Demons. Gave to Langdon. Swinging kick. Just too strong for Gawn. This time Blitzarves in front of Brown. Gets it onto his boot. It almost went out on the full. Stayed in play. Taken by Harms. Wrapped up by a couple of Cats, and there'll be a ball up between wing. In fact, up towards half forward for Melbourne, just outside their 50. Demons 1-1, Cats 1 goal.
Jackson wins the tap. It looks like Sparrow, who was wrapped up in a big tackle by Buse, it was. Umpire says we'll do it all again. Stanley wins the tap on this occasion. Petracca can't handle it. Langdon can. Handball straight to Holmes, who's wrapped up in a front-on tackle by Harms, and we'll have another throw.
I just wonder whether Harms has gone to Guthrie, because what happened in that other game, I think Guthrie had 39 possession, so I saw him going head-to-head then, but now they've swapped it over.
Jackson outpoints Stanley again, this time to Langdon, another speculative handball. Harms might be able to run onto it. He does eventually. Buse tackles him heavily. Both players on the ground. There's the whistle once more. I've had 3 goes at Tim. You see if you can get a clearance. 45 out from the Melbourne goal.
Jackson's spring a moment ago was just too much for Stanley. Now Gawn does the ruck work. It's going to be a big night for Stanley. Menegola wins it for Geelong. Hurried left foot kick. Swings it out towards the boundary. Free kick.
Put it on the line.
Look tough. Lever takes it. Forward of the wing for the Demons. Drives it. In towards Gawn again, up in front, couldn't mark. He might have been lining up from about the same range as down at Geelong recently. Cat defence takes it to the line. Over this time for a throw in, 20 around from the left behind post. Melbourne applying early pressure, leading by a point.
13 minutes in to the first preliminary final. That's on the Husqvarna timepiece. Left forward pocket for the Demons. Gawn wins the tap on this occasion. Henderson gets there first. Gang tackle by both Gawn and Petracca. Pickett joins in late. And once more, the umpire calls for it. to throw it up. That's umpire Chris Donlan, about 15 out from the Melbourne goal, directly in front. Well, Stanley wrestles Gawn to ground. That has to be a hold. Umpire called play on. Harms handball straight to Henderson. Off a step, he spirals one out of defensive 50. Almost a great mark taken by Myers. Dropped it, played for the free kick as Salem got a bit of contact on him. May picks up the loose footy. Kicks back to about 20 out from goal. Ben Brown flies highest, couldn't take the mark. Gawn sockers it back the other way. Pickett emerges with it. Can he get through? Handballs to Spargo. He's wrapped up in a big tackle by Henry. And the umpire calls for it again. But it's gone up yet another notch if that was possible in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, what a great game. Finals game of footy we're seeing early.
Geelong defence under enormous pressure. Harms, who's got it from the stoppage. He swings it around the corner and kicks Melbourne's second. And the Demons lead by 7 points. 2-1-13. Geelong, one straight goal on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard.
Hey, Will, I'll come to you shortly. But what I'm worried about for Geelong here, and a positive for Melbourne, is they're hitting these stoppages really hard. So we saw the first goal, Petracca burst and got on the burst there and set up Ben Brown. And that one there with Harms, they looked a little bit too explosive for me around the stoppages, Will.
Yeah, you're right, Lloydie. They're setting up really well behind the ball as well. Both teams are really, but Melbourne are setting up so well behind the ball that allows them to really attack the contest in those stoppages, and they look incredibly dangerous inside 50. Geelong are trying to plug the gaps, but Melbourne too good there at the moment.
Well, you know about Harms, he's a negating on ball, and what happens is opposition don't put time in it. They think they're not going to be an offensive threat. That was just too easy from that distance out of goal.
Just the 7th goal of the season from James Harms, but what a big one. 7-point lead for the Demons as Radicalier wins the tap from the restart. Dangerfield couldn't control it. Petracca's handball, he went back and got it himself. Tackled by Radicalier, got a handball to Brayshaw. His handball to Harms was too heavy as Close arrived for the Cats as soon as he gained possession. Again, another gang tackle and a throw up centre wing on this, the broadcast side.
Get to in a moment, Will, but I'm just wondering if Melbourne learned from that experience against the Eagles here, and they are starting the way you blokes did back in 2018 as from the ball up, ground level contest, a Melbourne free kick on the wing. What are you making of it?
Melbourne are absolutely on here. Don't worry about that preliminary final in 2018. I don't know who spoke about that. They are absolutely on.
Viney's ball on the centre line, up to half forward. Brown ran at it, really unimpeded. Takes the mark, 55 out towards the flank, but he'll probably lay this up. And that's what he does. It'll land 20 out, pack up. No one able to mark. Geelong disorganised. Neil Bullen off the outside of his right boot. Kicks their third. The Demons are on fire early. 3-1-19. The Cats 1 goal. Middle stages of the opening quarter of the first preliminary final.
Hey, Shorey, what about the mark stats? Yeah. So it's 10 marks to Melbourne, 3 to Geelong. So they look really dangerous. They've been hit up so many times. That was a great grab by Ben Brown, who started this game well. But pretty much from the first minute, we've seen Melbourne players hitting up across the forward line.
I tell you what, they're winning the clearances, but to contested possessions, Melbourne are already 9 up. I think they've got to look at this Blickharves and make a change. I just swap it over. 3 times he's been outmarked in a way, but it's how Brown's got off him, which has been the issue for me. It's been too easy.
Jeremy Cameron kicked the first goal of the game, but a rapid response. Ben Brown, James Harms, and now Alex Neil-Bullen all finding the major avenue in the last 5 or 6 minutes of playing time. And Melbourne by 13 points almost midway through the opening term. From the restart, Jackson won the tap it straight to Selwood. Was going to do the Selwood slump, but thought better of it. Handball to Cam Guthrie, who kicked the centre half forward. Holmes dropped the mark, but recovered best. This time Selwood was caught high. He didn't play the free kick. That's a terrible miss by umpire Donlan. And that should have been a free kick to the Geelong captain. Lever feeds out a handball wide to Spargo. Spargo back to Bowie. Bowie kicks into the man approaching. It might be Atkins. It was. Atkins goes back and gets his crumb. Tries to handball to Hawkins. Close has got it. Little handball to Close, who's tackled over the boundary line by Charlie Spargo. And the ball is out of bounds in the right forward pocket.
So it was paid.
He did pay it.
But then I don't think he
didn't hear it, no.
So the umpire thought that he was taking advantage.
And he played on.
No advantage there.
Yeah.
So, throw-in coming up. Geelong needing a goal. It's 35 around from their right behind post. A bit of aerial ping-pong. Myers shot it out to Isaac Smith. Fumbled the ball. Melbourne's footy. Sparrows got it. Taken to ground by Zach Guthrie. Pack ball up in front of Geelong's goal. Cats under extreme pressure at the other end of the ground.
Rucks, Tom, Luke.
And now needing to hit back with a goal just to take a bit of the wind out of Melbourne's billowing sails. From the ball up, Hawkins taken it, picked up by Oliver, who gets a kick to the middle of the ground. Up in front, Blitzarves needed to mark it, didn't. Demons are swarming the Cats. And a ball up is forced just a couple of metres forward of the centre for the D's.
Well, if I'm Ben Brown, I don't play up the ground like that. He took Blitzarves to that. Just get back in the forward 50.
Jackson out points Radaglia to no one in particular, although eventually a Viney emerges with it, and handballs to Oliver, who kicks on his non-preferred left. It should be intercepted, although Henderson dropped the mark as he went to ground. The Demons try and keep it alive, although Menegola's going to clear the area with a fierce handball to Holmes, who handballs to Dangerfield in space. Thought about giving it by hand, but elected to kick in the Hawkins direction, who pushed May, and he got away with it. And he took the mark, and May pulled up a little hobbled as well. Certainly two motions there. Yarra Valley 2 out of replay will see the double hands in the back, and then Hawkins is marked. 40 out, virtually directly in front.
Well, he's the best in the competition at doing it, and he keeps getting away with it. Like, that is two hands in the back. That's exactly what the rule has been brought in for.
They never pay him, so
no, I know.
Sometimes you wonder why defenders play in front, really.
Kick 4 against the Demons 20 days ago. He'll kick from 48. Oh, it's a terrible, terrible attempt. He's missed a lot. Hooked it badly to the left. A snap hook in golf. One of your tee shots, Shorey. Out of bounds on the full.
I might fade it. I don't snap hook.
That was
terrible. Not like Tom either.
Lever out of the back pocket for Melbourne. Up the line, Gawn will get to the drop and go the spoil against Henderson. Straight to Brayshaw. Got a kick to the wing. Pickett, lovely little collect. Hand pass to Harms. Got rid of a tackle. Drives it forward, but to a 1-on-2. Brown's the one. Did okay against Blitzarves, but Zach Guthrie was able to mop up for Geelong. Drive it back towards the wing. No one can mark. At the back, Henderson immediately tackled. Got a hand pass. It's okay to Buse. Skidding left footer straight to Gawn of Melbourne. Tackled, had to give it up. Hawkins has got it, gives to Tui. Wells tackled by Salem. Back to Hawkins, all done under pressure. Geelong can't get an easy kick here. Tui again to Close. Back to Tui. Melbourne Tigerish. Quick kick forward for the Cats. Spilling ball with Viney. Taken down by Holmes. Melbourne got him high. Fell on his back. Bit of everything. Mayer's on the boundary. You seeing much there, Will Schofield? That could be significant from Melbourne's point of view.
I reckon he's done a hammy here, boys. A really bad one. He's going straight down into the rooms. Got the doctor and the physio, so fingers crossed, but it's not looking good.
Which, if he has, it's probably come from that little push from Tom Hawkins.
That finals campaign over.
And he has had a lot of soft tissue, though, Beaver, over the last few years.
Yeah, he sure has. Rivers with the long kick down the line. Max Gawn, a terrific contested grab on centre wing. The captain looks for Ben Brown, and why not? Because he's hot early. Drops the mark. Blitzarves with the crumb. Handball to Henderson. Handball to Buse. Confronted by Harms. Underground handball to Myers. Waited the handball
First
for
option.
Atkins. Didn't do him any favours, and Oliver was clever. Well, the ball stayed alive then. Myers tries to get it forward to Dangerfield. Eventually, it trickled under the interchange gates, and we will have a throw in. Yarra Valley 2 out of replay. We picked it up in the call as Stephen May just felt for the right hamstring high up around the short line. Boundary throw in on this, the broadcast side. Melbourne by 13 points.
Gawn, good double-handed to Viney to Salem. Dodgy looking hand pass to Neil Bullen. Kick into an open 50. Henry edged McDonald under it, mopped up by Blitzarves. Gave to Zach Guthrie, having to do a power of work early. Quick left footer. Petracca arrives on Selwood. Knocks it to ground, but over the boundary line, and there will be a throw in. Melbourne pressing hard again. Geelong having to do everything at higher speed than they really feel comfortable with.
And this is where the bye, we talk about the bye, why have we got the bye, might give him half a chance if Melbourne can get through this game.
Qualifying final in the NRL, Melbourne Storm have gone berserk early against the Manly Seagulls, leading 16-0. Geelong with the clearance, scramble, kick to centre wing. Close was clean bowled, picked up by Lever. Handball to Bowie, handball to Harms. Handball out wide to Sparrow. He had to go back and get it. No Geelong player was near him. Gathers, and then a 60-metre drop punt towards full forward. Blitzarves with the big punch, and the ball rolls over the boundary line 10 to 12 metres around from the Melbourne goal. What are the key numbers telling us, Matthew Lloyd, thanks to eBay?
Smashing them on the inside, 32 to 27, but marks, 12 to 4 marks. So they just can't get any time and space, Geelong.
13-point lead Melbourne's way. From the ball up, Petracca steals and goals. Pinched it in the pocket, weaved and bobbed his way through to the goal square and just ran it home. And Melbourne lead by 19 points. 4-1-25, Geelong one straight goal, and that was the first goal of the night. They are in serious bother well into this opening quarter.
Well, Asava Ratugolea probably won't want to see that replay again. To take the ball out of your hands like that, he's a big boy. You've got to be strong in those areas, but that's what Petracca can do. The numbers not showing that they're getting totally smashed, but I reckon they're just so clean, Lloydie.
Yeah.
When they win it, they look like scoring from them.
And dynamic, just so dynamic. Dangerfield's not at the level at the moment that Petracca is. So I don't think they have a Petracca. They don't have an Oliver. And that's where the numbers look okay for Geelong, but the quality of disposals are different. Joel Smith suddenly sitting probably in his hotel room or at the game here thinking, I maybe could be the replacement. I hurt my hammy last week, but I could be a replacement.
Yeah, repeating that early injury news thanks to Physio Clem. Stephen May off the ground with at least hamstring awareness. Now there was a Geelong free kick there. They paid advantage and they turned it over. So Gawn's got it in the middle of the stadium. Handballs to Viney, who from the Toyota logo on centre wing kicks to centre half forward. Should be a free kick against Pickett. He caught Zach Guthrie high, who's been pretty good down back for the Cats in the early exchanges. And we're already seeing James Jordan, the medical sub for the Demons, in motion, starting to warm up on the boundary line.
Plenty of drama in the opening quarter. Zach Guthrie out to the wing. Ratagolea's his target. Climbed, couldn't hang on to the mark. Lever picked it up. Quick kick went nowhere, and it's Geelong's ball. Duncan away from goal to Tui, who goes via the cape and then kicks low but poorly, uncharacteristically so. Straight to Lever. And he kicks to Oliver behind the wing, has a quick peep, sees no one's got him, so he runs on, kicked into half forward, where Henderson's pocket was picked by Pickett, who then gets a little soccer kick to nobody. Blitzarves kicks it back, but straight to Salem. They're queuing up for him, and Charlie Spargo's on the end of this. And he's going to go back and line them up from 40.
Tell you what, there might be another issue with Melbourne at the moment, and I'm looking at Lever. He's been stretching his thigh muscle, I think. Or has he got a corky from this? He might have got a corky across the... Oh, yeah, the knee just went back.
Boy, just a knock to the shin, hopefully, for Lever.
Well, it mightn't affect them tonight because the defence isn't having to do too much work. Spargo comes in and drills it. And Melbourne have kicked 5 in the opening term. And they lead by 25 points. And there's time left in this first quarter yet for them to stretch it. 5-1-31 to one straight goal on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard.
Well, Lloydie, the Geelong defence, they just look rattled. I know the clearances and Melbourne are doing a good job there, but they look rattled at the moment.
And they're already up to 15 inside 50s with still 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, that's right. Melbourne just looks so dangerous. Again, they're set up well behind the ball. They're organised and they're playing hard footy. Stephen May's just come out of the race. He's doing some strides along the boundary line. So you don't do that with a hamstring. I've done a few of them. He's got it strapped up. I can't quite tell what's going on. He's in conference with the doctors as we speak.
Well, keep an eye on it. Will Schofield, our special guest commentator tonight on the boundary line at Optus Stadium, the 2018 West Coast Eagles premiership player. And the vision of Stephen May, heavy strapping, high up on the right leg. Back in the centre, as it usually is after a goal. Stanley leaps high over the top of Gawn and wins the tap. Petracca with some soccer skills out towards centre wing. Harms couldn't control it on the first go. He could on the second. Got it to Rivers. Well tackled by Smith. Got it back to Harms. Dribbles a kick back to Bowie. Lowers the eyes and delivers brilliantly. And hits Spargo, the most recent goal kicker, on the chest, right in front of the interchange gates. Kicks down the line, honours the leader, Tom McDonald, who marks a metre in from the chalk.
Poor kick from McDonald, and Henderson's able to chop it off. Running forward for Geelong, kicking to not very much. Ratagolea's going to have a couple against him. Hawkins arrives. Hibbard's there as well. Hawkins has got Hibbard's head. And the umpire says that doesn't matter. I'll come in and ball it up. Geelong side of the centre. Melbourne 5-1-31. Geelong one straight goal. The Demons have come out like men possessed. From the ball up, no takeaway. As Sparrow is wrapped up by Dangerfield, and there'll be another ball up Geelong side of centre.
3.25 minutes remaining in the opening term on the Husqvarna clock. Stanley smashes towards centre half forward, but straight to Spargo or Bowie. It was the long distance shot we got. The kick out towards centre wing. Henry with the spoil and the crumb, but I reckon he ran out of tarmac. He was over the boundary line, and the Cats were building something then because Smith had it in space. And we're still getting vision of Jake Lever, who certainly doesn't look like he's moving at 100% capacity. We'll have a boundary throw in slightly into Geelong's attacking half.
Cats badly needing one to lift sagging early spirits, but Gawn denies them here with a 20-metre knock to midfield. Sparrow, little hand pass to Petracca, another one to Neil Bullen, and then a foot pass to Fritsch, the only one who hasn't really joined in this early part. Up forward, McDonald's had a shot kicked into the man on the mark. Brown's had a couple of cracks, kicked a goal. Petrarca's kicked one, Spargo's kicked one. Neil Bullen and Harms have kicked goals. And now Bailey Fritsch from out at the 50, but he is a lovely left foot kick. And he's kicking 2 for everyone he misses from set shots this year. From just outside 50 as he kicks. On its way. He's pushed it left. Cats will be happy to force it through, and they do that. Melbourne 5-2-32. Geelong 1 straight goal with a couple of minutes left in the opening term.
The Cats wouldn't be happy about much else. They've been on the back foot basically since Jeremy Cameron kicked the opening goal of the preliminary final. It's been one-way traffic since then. Tui wanders back into play, runs about 10 and kicks at 60. Sparrow punches it away from Dangerfield. Zach Guthrie, who's had a good first quarter for the Cats, bounces a kick to centre wing. Gawn mobs up, look away handball to Salem, and he kicks it out of bounds on the full. About the first unforced error the Demons have made so far in this opening term. And Zach Guthrie will take the resultant free kick.
Marks inside 55-1 in favour of Melbourne. So this is only Geelong's 6th mark of the game. So they've just got no time, no space. This has been awesome from the Demons.
Taken by Isaac Smith. He plays on, kicks along towards the 50. But again, Geelong not really penetrating when they go forward. Close prize this out. Got it to Duncan. Look for Cameron with a hand pass. But he's immediately swamped and the ball's taken to the boundary for a throw in at the 50. Left half forward for Geelong. Just the one scoring shot, a left foot snap goal from Jeremy Cameron. Since then, Melbourne have kicked 5 and lead by 26 points.
And Cameron's was the first goal of the night thanks to First National Real Estate. 88 seconds before the quarter-time siren. Stanley and Gawn 0-0 draw. Dangerfield hit the contest at velocity. Ball spilt out to Selwood. Confronted, handball to no one in particular. That's got to be a throw.
Advantage.
It'll be a Geelong free kick. Now, I'm not sure Smith wants to take the advantage. Eventually he does, and he pounds it to full forward. Radagalier in from the side. Couldn't complete the mark. Petty half throws it to Bowie, who's shoved over the boundary line by Close and Radagalier. And we'll have a boundary throw in as Stephen May getting worked on by the Melbourne physio on one of the rub-down mats. Or just outside the Melbourne dugout. We have 64 seconds until quarter time. The Demons by 26 points.
Gawn against Hawkins. They'll be looking for safety, the Demons. Hawkins got a little hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Another one to Dangerfield, but he has to take it away from goal under pressure to Duncan. Melbourne's tackling has been absolutely frenetic, and they stop Geelong in their tracks here and force another ball up. Inside the last 50 seconds now. It's 45 from Geelong's goal and about a 45-degree angle there from. Picked up by Harms. Hand pass to Oliver. Hand pass Petracca. Bangs it clear. Any old how. No one able to mark it, although Henry got his hands onto it. Picked up by Spargo. Gave to Jackson. Left-handed to Salem. Been very good. Pushes wide for Langdon. Might be time for the Demons. Inside the last 30. Langdon runs to the wing. Kicks towards Hibbard. But Cameron followed him up the ground and made the spoil, forced it over the boundary line for a throw.
It's just too quick, sure.
Yeah, Christian Salem's had 8 possessions. Yeah. He's been playing on Rowan, Duncan sometimes when he goes forward.
Rowan hasn't touched it, sure.
No, and also Cameron. They don't care if he's up the ground. They just want him to play across half back.
Ball spinning back into play. 20 seconds out from quarter time. Stanley wins the tap, but only as far as Oliver. Tackled as soon as he gained possession. Got it to Hibbard. Was well dispossessed by Dangerfield, who handballed it straight to Salem, who pumps it inside forward 50. Henderson has it spoiled at the back. Jackson, good below his knees. Handball to Fritsch, little roller. And Zach Guthrie who again, as we should say, has saved the Cats on numerous times in this opening term, and he pushes it through for a rush behind, which is the last bit of action of the opening quarter. And on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard, Melbourne by 27 points. Stephen May has an injury concern. We'll keep an eye on that, but the Demons lead 5-3-33 to Geelong 1 straight 6 on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Harms, Petracca, Spargo, Neil Bullen and Ben Brown have all kicked one each, and Jeremy Cameron kicked the opening goal of the night. Around the grounds in the qualifying final between the Melbourne Storm and the Manly Seagulls on the Sunshine Coast to get the NRL finals underway, and the Storm have exploded out of the blocks after 28 minutes. The men in purple lead at 18 points to 0. But in the first preliminary final, it is the Demons by 27 points at quarter time. For McDonald's, 3AW is preliminary final football.
It's the AFL Finals and it's time to play, Australia. For every AFL final with Tab, plays a same game multi with 3 or more legs. And if one leg fails, get a bonus bet back up to $50. Yup, straight between the sticks with that one. Check it all out on the Tab app today. Tab, long may we play.
Excludes SA and WA residents. Available to Tab account holders on first online bet. TNC's a website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1-800-858-858.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
That peeling feeling is back at Macca's, and it peels so good. That's right, the Monopoly game at Macca's is back, Shorey. Hold on to your top hat, because this year there's an epic $616 million in prizes to be won. You could be rolling up to the drive-thru in your brand new Volkswagen T-Cross, or starting your next home makeover with a Philips audio and visual package, or even treating yourself to some much-needed retail therapy with vouchers from the Iconic. So if you're a fan of that winning feeling, peel and scan for your chance to win today at Macca's. But you better get a peel on as the Monopoly game ends October 19. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
You don't just get great deals at your local Foodworks store. You'll be able to shop a huge range with a local store that's a part of your community. At Foodworks, we're about great value. We're also where you go when you're looking to do an easy shop. While you're watching the footy, don't forget to grab some 1.1 litre Schweppes drink varieties. They're on special. With nearly 400 stores, there's always one nearby. Shop local and save. Foodworks. That works.
Have you been injured in a road or work accident? Morris Blackburn will get you the best possible outcome so you can get on with your life again. It costs nothing to know where you stand. Call Australia's #1 injuries law firm on 1-800-111-222.
Morris Blackburn. We fight for fair.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
3AW Footy Highlights.
Touched off his boot, will land 40 out from goal. Falls for Cameron, who should run this home, and does. And the first goal of the preliminary final round, kicked by the Cats.
He streaks away from the congestion, kicks the full forward, Ben Brown! He outbodies Blitzarves and in the end takes a pretty comfortable chest mark, kicks from 15 and guides it straight through the middle.
Geelong disorganised, Neil Bullen off the outside of his right boot, kicks their third. The Demons are on fire early. From the ball up, Petracca steals and goal. Blitzarves kicks it back, but straight to Salem. They're queuing up for him, and Charlie Spargo's on the end of this, comes in and drills it. And Melbourne have kicked 5 in the opening term.
Dominant opening term from the minor premiers. Melbourne 5-3-33. Geelong 1 straight 6 on the Morris Blackburn Lawyers scoreboard. Will Schofield, Tony Shaw and Matthew Lloyd. And Lloydie first furnishes with some key numbers thanks to eBay as to why Melbourne are dominating.
17 inside 50s in a quarter, so they're on track for 68 inside 50s based on this rate, which is far too many, and they will belt you like they did to the Brisbane Lions. They had about that amount of inside 50s, so 17-12, and it's a quality. They've scored 8 times out of those 17 inside 50s and only allowed for 1 score from Geelong's 12 inside 50s, so they're amazing at that. Uncontested possession, I think they're too clean on the outside. So they're +7 for contested, Shorey, but they're also +16 on the outside. Yep. That's what makes them a great side. They can do it both ways.
Well, that speed, and like I said, those uncontested, like 19-6 marks, that means they're working in the space. But Will Schofield, I think Stephen May's going to be the question here. What can you see there? Because really, with a week off, you wouldn't think at this stage you'd take any chances at all.
Well, he's walking out to his position as we speak, Shorey. So he's been doing warm-ups along the sideline. You just do not do that with a hamstring, so it can't be a hamstring. It has to be a knock or a glute. I've been watching him the whole time, and I cannot figure it out. What I'm seeing over here, I don't know why Geelong aren't shutting down Melbourne's best players. Clayton Oliver, Christian Petracca are just running amok. It happened to them against Port Adelaide in the qualifying. Boak and Wines absolutely dominated them, and it's happening again. If they let them run free, they'll have 40 each and kick 2 and game over.
We looked at it during the week, Will, and as I said, they've got the game's experience, Geelong, but this is a midfield of 25-year-olds versus a midfield of 30-year-olds. And I think it showed in that first quarter.
Gee, this is a big one with Stephen May. It could be that he's got a back because they were doing his glute, that maybe he had a nerve sort of situation, but if he does this and does it seriously, he won't be playing grand final, you wouldn't think.
He's picking up Asava Radaglia. Second quarter for Robot Building Supplies. First kick to Cam Guthrie and a free kick to Duncan. He got a little bit of a push from Bowie, says umpire Donlan. So Duncan, terrible kick, centering ball. In fact, it's hit Neil Bullen in the face. It bounced up and falconed him. He goes back to get it. Going to ground, he handballs straight back to Cam Guthrie, who slipped over. And now it's picked up by Fritsch, who was caught eye by Stanley. Sloppy passage of play by both sides, but Melbourne will emerge with it with the free kick just inside the centre square. Defensive edge for the Demons, though.
Cats looking horribly rattled. Fritsch goes out wide to Gawn, who takes a mark behind the wing. Hand pass to Salem, just loping forward, driving it to the 50. Ben Brown in front, couldn't mark. It falls to Spargo, took the tackle, got a hand pass to Oliver, put his head down when the tackle came, got rid of it, picked up by McDonald for Melbourne. Tackled, and there'll be a ball up. It's inside Melbourne's 50 yet again, this time at the other end of the ground. Start of the second quarter. It's swatted by Tom McDonald, but Geelong win it back. Duncan scrambles a kick to midfield. Radaglia, hand pass to Myers, running forward. Little dab off the instep to Dangerfield, virtually in the centre circle. He gives it, gets it back, and then pushes out towards the other wing where Isaac Smith marks.
He's in a bit of space. He goes to take off and then didn't like anything ahead of him. So pokes a pass back to Dangerfield, who marks right on the Toyota logo. He goes very short to the skipper. Selwood's got it still a couple of kicks from goal. He's barely into Geelong's attacking half. And the Cats in this second term kicking to the city end of this magnificent structure. As Selwood kicks to the hot spot. Stanley! Big leap in front of Stephen May. The 2-1s fly. And May, well, how hobbled is he? He wasn't in that contest at all. And Stanley, who's got him for centimetres, will line up directly in front, 30 out.
Well, Max Gawn went to Tommy Hawkins. Why the hell would that happen? You just go with your man and let the defender play on his forward.
They've gone in with a plan, Shorey. They mustn't, to go Hawkins and Gawn.
So Reece Stanley, very good last Friday night against the Giants. Directly in front, the Cats need one and the Cats get one. Opening goal of the second term. 2.5 minutes into the stanza. Geelong 2 straight 12. Melbourne 5-3-33. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Here's Matthew Lloyd, thanks to McDonald's on 3AW Footy.
Well, your body's one thing, but your mind's another, and Stephen May will be that tentative. Normally he'd kill that contest. Full credit to Reece Stanley. He took a big grab and got them the goal they desperately needed. But Stephen May, as I said, he'll just be hoping not to do his hamstring worse. So, that was a contest. We're watching Steve. He's hobbling. You can already see the way he's walking around. He doesn't look comfortable at all. And there was a bit of misunderstanding, was it, Shorey?
Well, I'm just looking at Maxi Gorner's. He's back there for a long time, and he's gone to Hawkins, and Stanley's come from the other side of the ground with no one. He was playing on Spargo. Yeah. So that is a ridiculous setup by Melbourne. I don't know if there's a plan to go to Hawkins.
That's the first time it's the Demons looking unsettled. As from the ball up, Dangerfield tried to whip it away, but it's stolen by Viney. Gives to Oliver, who's got away and drives it long to within 20 of goal. Henderson well set up here. Couldn't hang on to the mark. Spilling ball. Spargo's got it. Hooks it around the corner for a goal. And Melbourne are providing all the answers. Charlie Spargo, member of a famous football family, kicks his second of the preliminary final, and we're only about 4 minutes into the second term. 6-3-39 Melbourne, Geelong 2 straight goals on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
So we look at the score sources as Mark Blitzhabs, we'll get to Will shortly. He's on the bench with an injury, but stoppage scores, Will, 5 goals, 2 to 1 goal. So they're smashing them around the contest. I think it's Dangerfield versus Melbourne at the moment in that area. But what's going on there with Blitzhabs, Will?
Just came off with the blood rule, so he'll be fine. They're patching up. You're spot on, Lloydie. And again, it's probably back on my point. They're letting Clayton Oliver run around, do his own thing in the middle. He's been close to the best midfielder all year in the competition. You need to show him some respect.
Yeah, on that, Petracca 9 touches, Oliver 9 touches. Dangerfield has 10 for the Cats, but they've been little dinky touches, not big clearances like Oliver and Petracca.
If it's not a broken nose, it is a badly banged up hooter for Mark Blitzhabs. Now a throw against Jack Viney.
Time back on.
And Patrick Dangerfield will take the free kick. He gets very close to the man on the mark and then bursts away and pumps a long drop punt. Now there's an early whistle here, and it's going to be a free kick to Myers against Rivers. Didn't like the call.
That was after we already got it. Clear out, guys, please.
Jacob Mollison with the explanation. We need you to drop the ball. Brian Myers is going to line up for goal directly in front, 35 out.
Brian, that's your line.
He's got that technique. I think Myers is good on the run, but he runs way out to the right and hooks the ball across his body here.
Umpire got that right. Don't know why he would have held him, though, Rivers, but anyway.
So Brian Myers, drop punt on the way with that unique kicking style, as Lloydie explained, and he splits the middle. And in the early exchanges of this second term, it's goal for goal. Still 16:23 of playing time remaining in the second term, thanks to Husqvarna. And the Cats creep a little closer. 3 straight 18. Melbourne 6-3-39. Here's Tony Shaw on 3RW Friday night preliminary final footy.
Well, we said that they're going to have their time, Geelong. Just can they score? So that's a good start to the quarter, even though Spargo kicked one. There's no doubt about the free kick there, and I just wonder why Rivers would have to hold Myers in that. He wasn't going to be a marking option really. And as soon as you wrap your arms around him, that's it.
So,
all the clearances, though, that was Dangerfield again.
Better signs for the Cats, but a lot of rebuilding to do. Still 21 points down. Sure, he said Dangerfield really trying to lift Geelong. Stanley climbs high, but Gawn standing his ground, got the tap. Fell to Selwood, hand pass to nobody. Picked up by Holmes in traffic. Kicked into Petrarca's shins, and the kick went nowhere. Now Selwood cleverly gets it to Menegola. High ball, very high. Lands at the 50. Rowan up in front. Lever fists it. 25 metres clear though for Melbourne. Falling ball, socketed by Petracca. It's back on the centre line, and Petracca pursues it, and now he collects it. He's got it forward of the wing. He steers it to Pickett at half forward. Well done, Zach Guthrie. Been Geelong's best. Worked it clear. Picked up by Close. Gave a little hand pass. Cats under the pump. Rowan's got it. Had to release. Gave it to Holmes. Lost it. Menegola picks up. Taken down. Ball up on the centre line.
Thank you. Hands out.
6-3-39 Melbourne. 3 straight goals. Geelong. We're 8 minutes into the second term.
They're trying to lift the Cats. You can feel them forcing the issue. As Gawn and Stanley both have a couple of swipes at it. Stanley eventually gets a paw to it. Doesn't clear the area. And there's the whistle as Atkins had the football held to him by his opposite number 30 and Neil Bullen with Gawn tackling as well. Gawn wins that down brilliantly to Clayton Oliver. Left foot kick gains about 20 metres. Spargo pushes off Hughes. He's having a big night, Charlie Spargo, already with a couple of goals. Kicks it deep inside forward 50. Henry can't take the mark. Oh, gee, he conceded that pretty easily. And Tom McDonald can't believe...
He tackled him over the line.
There you go. That's the explanation from umpire Meredith, who is listening to 3AW football in his other earpiece. Throw in left forward pocket.
Melbourne dangerous whenever they go forward. Brown rucking against Radicalier. Radicalier, good win to Holmes. Perfectly done to Duncan, who held it a long time. Now goes very wide, not too wide. Cameron's got it just inside the line. Hand passed the wrong way, hoping for Myers. Salem came at it strongly. Myers didn't flinch. Ball over the line for a throw in between wing and half forward for the Demons, who are 21-point leaders.
Stephen May still hobbling around at centre-half back as if he's got a stone in his shoe, Shorey. From the throw-in, Gawn wins it down superbly to Brayshaw. Off a step, wobbles a kick inside forward 50. It clean bowls Jack Henry. Tom McDonald stands up strong in the tackle. Handballs to Sparrow, who slips over, but he might push in the back. Well, he slipped over, and Holmes was involuntary in crashing into him. What was I supposed to do, says young Max Holmes?
Yeah, no, you're supposed to jump over him. He was unlucky, no doubt he slipped then.
Yeah, he was unlucky, very, very unlucky there, but I agree the decision needs to be paid. The knees went straight into the head and ribs of Tom Sparrow.
So Tom Sparrow will line up 45-degree angle, and he'll have to kick from 40 to 45 out. The Melbourne lead is 21 points before the Sparrow kick. Coming off a career-high 21 touches in the qualifying final. Drop punt on the way, pretty good connection. He's flushed it. And the Demons stretch their lead back out to 27 points, which it was at quarter time. 7-3, 45 Melbourne, 3 straight 18 Geelong. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard, still with 14 minutes remaining in the second term on the Husqvarna timepiece.
That goal came about from, what about that tap from Max Gawn down to Brayshaw, just to get the ball inside 50, and then at ground level, geez, they're dangerous. We've touched on Spargo already with 2 goals. Pickett's been really good. And then we see Sparrow kick one. So, hey, Will, what are you seeing from ground level?
I've been watching Zach Tui. He's playing a strange role. He's out on the wing. It means that Guthrie is able to play, and he's been Geelong's best player. He's playing across half back, but maybe a Tui's a guy that you can put in the middle and play a bit more of a defensive role inside. I know it's not something he usually does, but I'm just trying to think of different things Geelong could change up.
Yeah, he and Brayshaw have had a 0-0 draw so far tonight. Brayshaw 3 touches, Tui 6.
So the Cats have made no ground, despite the fact that they've kicked a couple of goals. They've win it out of the middle here. Menegola kicks deep into the 50. Rowan fell over at the crucial moment. Close applies a good tackle on Rivers. Brought him down, held things up. There'll be a ball up 20 metres out from Geelong's goal.
I think Will brought up a good thing. I throw Tui behind the ball. He did that last week. I think he's better rebounding out of the back half.
Umpire Donlan throws it into the night sky. Gawn wins the tap, it back towards the Geelong goal. Lever goes to ground. Now was that in the back? Gawn there to help him. He's well tackled by Close. And then Gawn kicks it through for a rush behind as he was laying on the turf. That wasn't easy to do. It's Geelong's first miss in inverts for the night, Shorey. 3-1-19, the D 7-3-45. He did that very well.
If he missed his foot, it was holding the ball.
Demons bring it in to Hibbard, still inside defensive 50. Unloads long to the wing, and Jackson takes a beautiful mark.
This is where they've owned Geelong in the air, Tim. Brown, McDonald and Jackson Gawn. They've been too good in that area.
Jackson's kick clears the centre line up towards half forward. Ben Brown brought it down to Pickett, just didn't find him. Gawn does a bit of roving, takes it away from goal, but it's stolen by the Cats and they can build something here. Graham Myers, though, kicked into a harm smother. Needed to be better than that. Picked up by Hibbard. Kick to the wing and the Demons can build. Viney met as he kicked. Relayed free kick.
Downfield.
Melbourne's way, about 70 metres from goal.
Melbourne, free kick. Petracca.
Petracca will take it, and the Demons are dangerous again.
Very clever by Jack Viney. Invited the bump, knew it was coming, and just held. And now Petracca. Well, Gawn thought it was going to be a mark, or was it? Kicks an amazing goal. Max Gawn thought the mark wasn't going to be paid because the kick was touched, went on a big galloping wide arc, hooked it across his body and banged through Melbourne's 8th. 8-3-51, Geelong 3-1-19 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
The issue I think they have Geelong here is Dangerfield and Selwood are on the bench, so they have to rotate at some time, and it happened to them in the first quarter. The moment Danger goes off the field, the gap between Petracca, Oliver and the Demons midfield to the depth of Geelong's midfield is badly being exposed, sure, in my opinion. So they're coming back on the ground now. But, there's a real issue through that midfield area.
Well, that goal and the reaction that followed had a lot of symbolism about them. The big captain who has been so successful in this leadership role, a captain like no other. He was up and it was almost like a victory celebration. And I don't think they're about to assume anything, but they look just way too good. From the ball up, Jackson had it. He released it in a dodgy manner, but the umpire let it go. They work it around and back to Jackson, who decides to go sideways to Salem. Disciplined play. Brayshaw gets on his own out wide. Receives now. Kicks up towards half-forward. Just too hot for Petracca. At the back, Viney's got it. He's taken down. And there'll be a ball up at the 50. Atkins applying the tackle on Viney. But Melbourne pressing again. 32-point leaders. And we're not halfway through the second term. 12
minutes of playing time remaining in the second term, in fact, Tim, as Dangerfield shovels out a handball to Radaglia. Handballs to Isaac Smith, felt the pressure of Brayshaw coming, so handball to Cam Guthrie. Lovely weighted pass to Close, who's still playing in the long sleeves, despite it being a very pleasant evening in the West Australian capital. And Close, who's, of course, a South Australian by birth, doesn't like anything ahead of him, and goes back to Cam Guthrie. So can the Cats control it with some tempo footy? They're more than 5 goals down as Guthrie kicks to the long lead of Hawkins. Well done by Petty. Punched it away from Hawkins, who tries to give him a bit of a face massage. Could have given away a free kick and then starts arguing the point with the field umpire, as we'll have a boundary throw in on centre wing.
Gary Rowan, Colin Jasny and Henry all yet to touch the footy for Geelong.
They just can't assert themselves and put themselves on anything like competitive terms. Viney strong in the clinches, got a soccer kick forward. Petracca's got it, gave a little hand pass to Sparrow, whose hand pass was smothered. Picked up by Neil Bullen though for the D's. Out wide to Viney, who gets a hand pass forward bravely. Head over the ball with Viney, with Henry coming at him. And it's a free kick to Viney, who is exerting enormous influence on this match.
I agree, Tim. One of the best men on the ground. This will be disposal 15 and 4 clearances for Jack.
He kicks into the forward pocket where there's a pack, and Henderson from behind Fritsch makes a clean spoil, but it's predominantly defence for the Cats.
For eBay, Melbourne plus 12 for contested possessions, and that's in under a quarter and a half. They are basically beating Geelong up around the congestion and the stoppages. Stanley wins the tap, and straight to Brayshaw. Handballed out towards the boundary line to Sparrow, who's tackled heavily by Selwood over the boundary line, and will do it all again. 40-45 around from the Melbourne goal. 8-3 to 3-1. It's been 3 straight to 2-1 in favour of the Demons in this second term, after they led by 27 points at the first change. Ball spinning back into play. Tom McDonald and Stanley. Stanley wins the tap. Duncan gathers one-handed and kicks on his left foot immediately, but straight to Neil Bullen. Looked to go to Salem by hand, but coughed it up. Grabbed now by Atkins, who's tackled front on by Salem. Virtually hands it to Close. Another scrappy passage of play before Viney soccers it forward. Only as far as Henry. That kick went about 6 metres and the mark was paid.
Henry at defensive 50 for the Cats, and he can't see much of a way out, so he kicks along to a contest. Gawn in front, Hawkins there as well. Viney once again is conspicuous. Shot a hand pass to Lever. Kick back towards half forward. Henry attacked it. Rare fumble though from the star defender. Petracca got it out to Brayshaw. Round one tackle. Perfect little left foot kick. McDonald marks it just outside 50. He goes back. He had a couple of leads. Now he goes wide, but Blitzarves comes over the top of Fritsch and forces it over the boundary line. Blitzarves with a taped up face. He was bleeding quite profusely from the nose when he was off in the first quarter. He backed there, but I think a lot of cotton wool stuffed up it.
Robot Building Supplies scoreboard, Melbourne by 32, just over the halfway mark of the second term. Harms tries to barge his way through. Little 8-metre kick, the mark was never going to be paid. Duncan grabs the loose footy and handballs to Dangerfield. He clears away from the congestion, but kicks it straight to Lever, or May in fact. Might have been right the first time. In fact, it was May looking for Lever, and he kicked rather awkwardly with that right leg injury, and the ball skids out of bounds again on this broadcast side of the stadium, just in front of you, Will Schofield, where it seems like the bulk of the quarter has been played.
Yeah, it has. I've just been marvelling at how clean Melbourne are. They haven't fumbled all game. So much cleaner than Geelong, and in finals footy, being predictable and consistent like that, that's what's going to win you games, and Melbourne are right on top in that area.
And as you were saying how clean they were, Gawn took the ball cleanly out of a ruck contest, got a high kick forward. It's forced to the boundary, but it's Melbourne's side of the wing. Stephen May tentative in every aspect of his being at the moment. Tentative of mind, I think, as much of body, as Jackson's got it and breaks away for the Demons here. A hand pass to little Bowie, who kicks into the 50. Blitzarves took Brown under the ball. Pickett's got it, edging his man out, picking it up and saying, this is meant to be a final. That was just too easy. Melbourne have a 9th goal. They lead by 38 points. 9-3-57 to Geelong 3-1-19. It's a domination.
Well, Tim, you talked about Stephen May. Well, the only thing is he hasn't been tested because the ball hasn't been down there. It's, they have been smashed in all departments in this quarter. And that, as you said, this is a final. It's supposed to be harder to kick goals than what that was. But it's just the numbers game it is. As we look to Mark Williams, who greets every player as they come to the bench. Their defence, Geelong, have been under enormous pressure from their first bounce. It's all come from the dominance of the midfield of Melbourne. Max Gawn's leading from the front. And the numbers just say it's 17 to Viney, 14 Petracca, 12 to Oliver. Duncan and Dangerfield have been okay, but just on the periphery, the Geelong players are feeling this pressure.
Oh, that was horrible by Zach Guthrie. He'll be embarrassed watching that on the vision. Just pushed off the ball by Pickett far too easily.
Melbourne with the last 3 goals, the lead out to a match-high 38 points from the restart. Selwood involuntarily soccers it out to centre wing, straight to Langdon, who forces it forward into the path of Petracca, who crosses 50, who handballs to Big Jackson. Little low left foot ball towards full forward. Blitzarves dropped the mark. He gets back, he almost leans against the goalpost, and then handballs to Zach Guthrie, who kicks it straight to Brayshaw, who slips over. Tui picks up the crumb, handballs to Atkins, arches the back, gets out of trouble. A high drop punt to centre wing, and Ratagalia takes a strong mark in front of Petty.
Stand!
And will get a long way back off the mark before assessing his options.
Cats 38 points down. Ratagalia high into half forward, where Stanley is best placed to the Cat forwards, but it falls Melbourne's way. Bowie's got it. Untidy kick, largely sideways. Henry arrives, coming the other way. Langdon gave a good account of himself and has Fritsch in support in the back half. Stabs it neatly towards Neil Bullen. Zach Guthrie arrives. Oliver's there to give Melbourne the numbers. Sweeping hand pass back to Fritsch. Running forward. Brown loose. Takes the mark between wing and half forward for Melbourne. Here they come again. Big Ben winds up, kicks low into the forward pocket. Spargo, time to spare, little left footer. Petracca marks. 40 out, 45-degree angle.
Well, he ran from the half-back line. I was just watching Petracca go through the corridor. He had his hands up to his teammates. I am here. I'm 20 yards clear. That just shows the dominance of this midfield. They're not working hard. Well, they can't go with the speed, as Lloydie said, most of the night.
Yep. That's going to be... There's a long way to go in this game, but we're going to be talking about how good Melbourne are, and it's the age demographic of this Geelong team. They had a crack, they went all in, and they've fallen well short so far tonight.
Petracca, it's a kick from about 46. He pushes it right. Disappointing result. Minor scored 9-4-58 to 3-1-19. Melbourne by 39 points on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
Tui short to the left back pocket to Duncan. And Duncan then returns the favour. Tui marks only about 25 out for the Melbourne goal. Lowers the eyes, goes very short to Zach Guthrie.
Melbourne loved it. Melbourne loved this. They are set up beautifully. They haven't allowed Geelong to switch the ball so they could get some space, to find some space.
So Zach Guthrie from the boundary line at left half back to a contest. Dangerfield flies highest, but Lever affects the spoil at ground level. Menegola, well, he gathered it and then almost threw it away off his boot. Melbourne win it back again. Forced forward by Bowie, and with a torpedo punt towards Fridge, who is caught high by Atkins, and it'll be a Melbourne free kick, and their leading goal kicker Bailey Fridge with that beautiful left boot will line up virtually directly in front, 45 out, to try and push this out to a 45-point lead.
At ground level, we saw how vulnerable Geelong were against Port at ground level. Every time the ball hits the deck, they look like they're in trouble here. Henry's marking game has been non-existent. Kolodjasny has been non-existent, and all Blixavs and Henderson are doing it is defending in the air.
And fumbling.
Yeah, and fumbling. So this is awesome from an all-round game here from Melbourne.
Currently sits alongside a couple of blokes called Jay Revolt and Al Franklin with 51 goals for the season, and he'll stay anchored alongside those two with a bad miss out to the left. Minor score, 9-5-59 the D's, 3-1-19 the Cats. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Not a good habit to form, but they can afford to be wasteful at the moment. Long kick into Dangerfield, but Petracca is with him all the way, makes the spoil. And the ball is over the boundary line with Dangerfield left protesting to the umpire that his arm was chopped.
Why would Tom Atkins have been getting lippy to Bailey Fritsch when that point put Melbourne 40 points in front?
He felt he played for a free, I think, Beaver.
Stanley the tap, but Viney again gets not to his left boot into the 50. It's collected by Ben Brown, left foot snap at goal, just missed. And a third consecutive behind of the Demons. They lead by 41, 9-6-60 to 3-1-19. And finals have been won from this sort of position on the odd occasion, but the level of domination we're seeing here makes it seem unlikely in the extreme.
Yeah, Tim, last 8 inside 50s in favour of the red and blue for eBay. As Isaac Smith runs the ball out and kicks it almost to centre wing. Lever has it punched away by Dangerfield. Straight to the path of Petracca though, who kicks it into the side of Jed Buse. The ball ricochets back to Viney. He's had a huge second quarter. Handballs to Tom McDonald at 55. Steps around Buse. Kicks a high ball to the left forward pocket. Ben Brown third in line, and Blitzarves eventually brings the ball to ground. A juggling mark to momentarily save the day for the Cats.
Kicks to Tui, who goes long around the half-back flank towards the wing. Selwood takes the mark for Geelong, gets a call short from Dangerfield. Safe option, he takes off. He stooged Lever there, runs forward, has a bounce, kicks to the forward pocket. Radically awaited down, the ball just didn't find him, and Petty's able to collect it for Melbourne, gives to Hibbard, sweeps a hand pass clear to Brayshaw, still in defence at 50, and he pushes a pass to Spargo. High at half-back now, about 70 metres from the scoring zone of Geelong.
Gee, that's embarrassing for Radicalea then. You've got to stick those tackles. They've been too strong.
15 scores to 4 in favour of Melbourne as the long kick from Spargo down the line, off hands, and Brayshaw couldn't control it, and there's a boundary throw in right in front of you, Will Schofield.
Yeah, there is. Look, I've been watching the game from here, obviously at the ground. I don't think Chris Scott's given Geelong a chance to win tonight. I don't think he's got his matchup rights, their style of play. They're playing into Melbourne's hands, and the way they're going, they can't beat them right now. No way.
We'll get you to expand on that at half-time, although the scoreboard is backing up that argument. Melbourne by 41 points as Selwood with the clearing kick. Dangerfield wrestled Lever out of it and then dropped the mark. Salem with a handball to Lever. Handball to Viney, who's been racking them up in this second term. Kick to centre wing. That should be a free kick to Kolodjasny against Petracca, and we haven't called him very often tonight, Shorey.
Well, you haven't, because he hasn't touched it. That's his first.
Centering kick to Duncan onto Isaac Smith, who wanted to use that left boot but swept the hand pass to Buse, who rammed on the brakes and fell over. Picks himself up, little left footer is good, and Hawkins marked it. 40 out, left flank. Kickable shot, but it'll need to be a downside better than his only previous set shot tonight. And you wonder whether things might have been a little different if he kicked that early goal for Geelong and just given them a little bit of a break and confidence that goes with it. But right now, there is a horse bolting down Hay Street. As Hawkins comes in. Couple of minutes left in the half. His team 41 points down. He kicks beautifully. Split the middle. Margin back to 35. Melbourne 9-6-60. Geelong 4-1-25 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
I will expand on your point before. Chris Scott hasn't given him a chance to win. You talk about the ball movement on top of a particular matchup. Talk us through what you mean.
Well, when you're getting smashed in a game, sometimes you need to change what you're doing with the ball, your matchups, defensively. I think they're getting beaten comprehensively across all. But if you're going to come into a game against Melbourne, who have this elite midfield, I think you've got to try and shut someone down. And from what I can see, they haven't done that at all. There's no accountability in the midfield. And look, that's probably not too much different to what Geelong does during the year. But this is a preliminary final. This is to get into the big dance, the grand final. And I just don't think they've got many things right, Geelong, including their potentially mindset. They've been very fumbly, and Melbourne too good at the moment.
It's the voice of Will Schofield, boundary side at Optus Stadium, the 2018 West Coast Eagles premiership defender. Minute 57 away from half-time. Gawn outpoints Stanley in the ruck. Oliver wins the football, well dispossessed by Selwood. Cam Guthrie socketed to centre-half forward. Dangerfield, did he get a push from Petracca? He did. Now, this will be interesting. Dangerfield scratching out the mark as if it's on the paint of 50. And he argues the point with umpire Meredith, who's actually going to push him about a metre further out from goal. So Petracca will stand the mark at 51 as the crowd sees the Yarra Valley Toyota replay. Shorey and Lloydie, was there much in that?
No. Fractured soft. He just went forward on it. But well done. Suck it out of the umpire. Get a chance of kicking a goal here.
Already 14 disposals for the night for Patrick Dangerfield, half of them contested on the eBay stat sheet. Can the Cats kick two in the space of a minute? From 53, the drop punt is out to the left. It won't make the distance. Stanley got a big piece of it. He did have a big hold on Gawn first. Gawn looks around at umpire Donlan and says, how on earth did you miss that? And all Chris Donlan says is throw it in 8 metres around from the Geelong goal.
Shot for goal was wildly optimistic by Dangerfield. Melbourne, Geelong lucky to still have it in there. Gawn and Hawkins. Hawkins the tap to Cam Guthrie, who kicked it out of the air. High chaos ball. Isaac Smith at the second bite after it bounced off his chest has taken a mark. 30 out, as good as directly in front.
That's what Caleb Daniel was trying to do last week.
Exactly right.
Just want to see Gary Rowan in here. Did he shepherd off? Well, he did, but you've got to be stronger than that if you're Brayshaw. Gary Rowan's helped his teammate take that mark then.
He needs to kick this. Margin 35. He kicks it well. And it's back to 29. And these, when comebacks occur, they usually start before half-time, I reckon, Lloydie. Certainly when Carlton came from sort of similar distance down in that 1970 grand final, the feeling was that they actually started to get a bit of traction in the match before half-time. And then they were able to carry it over, and that's what Geelong will be hoping to do.
What I'll say about it, though, Tim, is the inside 50s this quarter have been 13 to Melbourne, 6 to Geelong. So the benefit for Geelong is they've scored 4 goals, 1 from 6 inside 50s. So they've been efficient, but they'll need to try and own the ball in their half a lot more than they have, because overall inside 50s, it's becoming all Melbourne in a sense now. 30 to 18 inside 50s, which you're not going to win a game with those numbers. But Dangerfield trying his guts out here for his team.
32 seconds away from half-time. We've actually got the close one. It is a massacre in the NRL qualifying final. It's good news if you follow the men in purple. More on that at the half-time break. From the restart, Cam Guthrie with the clearing kick. It'll land at centre-half forward. Mark almost taken by Duncan. Myers optimistically tries to soccer it forward. Grabbed by Salem. Handballs to Petracca. Handballs to Viney, who's been huge in this second term. From centre wing, he kicks to left-half forward. Umpire Mollison gets out of the way in a hurry. College Asney, he virtually threw it towards the boundary line. Picked up by Buse. Either side or both sides are going to run out of time for a score, as the trickling kick along the line is accompanied over the line by Brayshaw, and the siren will go as the ball is thrown back into play in neutral territory. So it's been a 4-goal 3 to 4-goal 1 second term in favour of the Demons. As the siren goes and half-time in the first preliminary final, and it is the minor premiers Melbourne with a comfortable 29-point lead, but it was 41 a couple of minutes out from the half. 9-6-60 Melbourne, 5-1-31 Geelong on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Goal kickers for the Demons, as we already see Joel Selwood calling his troops in to a tight huddle to address them before they disappear down the race. Charlie Spargo is the only multiple goal kicker on the ground, which means Melbourne have had 8 individual goal kickers. 2 to Charlie Spargo, 1 in each term. Singles to Harms, Petracca, Gawn, Neil Bullen, Sparrow, Pickett and Ben Brown. Ben Brown's kicked 1 goal, 2, including a poster. While for the Cats, all singles, Stanley, Cameron, Smith, Hawkins and Brian Myers. The lead was 27 at quarter time in favour of the Demons, and it is 29 at the main change on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. And that is as we roll into our halftime wrap with thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Around the grounds, 50 minutes or 49 minutes to be precise into the qualifying final to kick off the NRL final series. And on the Sunshine Coast, the Melbourne Storm monstering the Manly Sea Eagles 30 points to 6. So the Storm just half an hour away from striding in to a preliminary final with a week off. But in the football, as in the Australian rules football, it is the Demons 9-6-60 leading the Cats 5-1-31 in the first preliminary final. For McDonald's, 3RW is preliminary final football.
Nicholas Theodosi from Always Buying Prestige Cars. Selling a Prestige car? The smarter, faster way is to call us today on 9373 7777. We'll even pick up the car from you. Or visit alwaysbuyingprestigecars.com.au. Celebrating 50 years.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Amy has always helped Australians get back on the road. But now, more than ever, it's vital those on the front line get to where they need to be. That's why we're offering free roadside assist to first responders, hospital staff and COVID healthcare workers Australia-wide until the end of the year. Amy and non-Amy customers, supporting those who are supporting us. To take advantage of this offer, visit amy.com.au. T's and C's and eligibility criteria apply for Amy Temporary Roadside Assist and this offer. Go to amy.com.au for more details.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Tuesdays just got better with eBay Tuesdays. Every week, eBay Plus members can unlock new offers on a range of products. Start your 30-day free trial today. Trial for new members only, $4.99 per month thereafter. T's and C's apply.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you for every health concern that life presents. If restoring your health is a priority, choose Epworth to be on your team because your recovery is our goal. Our rehabilitation specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to Epworth Rehabilitation in Melbourne or Geelong or visit epworth.org.au.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna. Ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
Roll up to the drive-thru in style with the Monopoly game at Macca's. You could win a car for a year with budget car rental, a whole year of Wilson parking, or a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Test drive the all-new Toyota Kluger Hybrid today at Yarra Valley and Croydon Toyota. Go and see Robin, Danny and the crew today. Thinking hybrid? Think Yarra Valley and Croydon Toyota. T's and C's apply. LMCT 1541.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
3AW footy highlights.
As Selwood kicks to the hot spot, Stanley! Big leap in front of Stephen May. The 2-1s fly directly in front. The Cats need one and the Cats get one.
Couldn't hang on to the mark. Spilling ball. Spargo's got it. Hooks it around the corner for a goal. And Melbourne are providing all the answers.
Gawn thought it was going to be a mark, or was it?
Oh!
Kicks an amazing goal. Max Gawn thought the mark wasn't going to be paid because the kick was touched. Went on a big galloping wide arc, hooked it across his body and banged through Melbourne's 8.
Pickett's got it, edging his man out, picking it up and saying, this is meant to be a final. That was just too easy. High chaos ball. Isaac Smith at the second bite. He kicks it well and it's back to 29.
Geelong with the last 2 goals of the second term. It was a demolition until about 2 minutes remaining in that first half of the first preliminary final. Melbourne led by as much as 41 points. Geelong with a couple of late goals have trimmed that deficit to 29 at the main change. 9-6-60 Melbourne, 5-1-31 Geelong, with Charlie Spargo, the only multiple goal kicker on the ground, a goal in each quarter. It is our halftime wrap with thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Had a car accident? Call Sheen first. They'll handle your repair process from start to finish, plus provide an accident replacement vehicle. Call 1300-REPAIR. Lloydie, you can start us off along with Tony Shaw and Will Schofield. Boundary side at Optus Stadium, and furnish us with some key numbers, all thanks to eBay.
30 inside 50s for Melbourne, 15 scoring shots, so 9 goals, 6, so going at 50%, that is unbelievable. Just 18 inside 50s for Geelong, but they've kicked 5 goals, 1, which has sort of half kept them in this game. Jack Viney, probably the best half of footy I've seen him play this year, and it's in a preliminary final. 22 disposals, 5 clearances. He's been tough, as we know, used the ball well as well. How clean has Petracca been? 20 disposals, 10 kicks, 10 handballs. He's been everywhere, 3 tackles as well. 6 score involvements for both Viney and Petracca. Salem's been brilliant, 13. Oliver very good, 13 as well. And obviously the goal kickers, 2 goals to Spargo, the rest individuals for Melbourne. And Mitch Duncan's had 16, but I think Dangerfield's been the best player on the ground for Geelong. 15 disposals, 5 inside 50s. For Dangerfield. But just before I go to you, Shaw, the team stats, contested possessions, 86 to 65.
Yeah, 21. Yeah. Oh, look, that's a big one, but the one that you brought up before, score sources, both these sides like to intercept mark or get score from turnovers. That doesn't show in this game. What it is the score sources are 3 goals, 7 goals, 3. To 3 goals from stoppages. Now that's 3 goals, 3 from throw-ins, and 3 goals from ball-ups, and 1 for Geelong. So they are getting smashed at the coalface. And I think, Will, if you have a look at it, I know that you said that they should try and sit on someone. I agree. You take one of the good players, whether Petracca, Viney's been dominant. You pick one of them just to try and gain some control, which Geelong did in the last 5 minutes. They got 2 clearances and kicked 2 goals to keep him with a little bit of a sniff.
Yeah, look, someone wise once said to me, don't get beaten by what you know, and Melbourne are doing nothing surprising.
I think that was me, Will. I said that too.
Yeah, and I try to leave it quite broad, Shorey, but I'm sure it was you, mate. I just think Geelong rocking up at the preliminary final tonight, they didn't think that Melbourne weren't going to win in the contested ball. They got a great midfield. They knew they were going to be set up well behind the ball. I just got to question how Geelong have I don't know, tactically come to play this game. They haven't put anyone on any midfielders. They've been rattled and fumbly, which is not tactics and it's not game movement. That's mentality. But it starts with being able to set up, have a strategy to win. And I don't think that what they've come with has given them that opportunity, a strategy to win. I think that's going to lie on the coaching staff at Geelong at the moment.
Hey, Will, we know what social media is like. You did tip Melbourne to win, but you also said during the week that there could be some scarring. Have you got Melbourne supporters into you in this first half of footy?
I sure do, Lordy, and I absolutely love. Well, I love it because what I said was right. They needed to start well. If they didn't start well, they were going to be in a world of hurt. And what do? They rocked up and they started like a house on fire. They've been clean, hard. They've done everything they've done all year. I'm a big fan of Melbourne this year, and I thought they'd be in trouble if they couldn't start well, but they have, and they're doing very well.
So, Will, in terms of spinning the magnets, who do you think the Cats should put some more time into in the midfield, and who, I guess the most obvious one to change up their role would be Cam Guthrie, who's been a run-with player before. So would you sit him as a heavy tag on Christian Petracca or Clayton Oliver?
The difficult thing with Melbourne midfielders in Oliver and Petracca, they're not your small types that you can just chuck any old midfielder on. They're big-bodied, strong, tall, athletic guys, and they cover the ground just as well. So I think Guthrie's an option. It's probably difficult at stoppages because I think you'd probably get bullied by those two. But around the ground, you can look to keep your starting midfield together, so Dangerfield and Selwood going at the coalface, but as soon as it gets away from the stoppage, that's when you put the time into them. We had Mark Hutchings, when I was playing, used to do that, used to come off a wing and go straight to them post-stoppage, so that's what I'd be looking to do. That's why I brought up Tui before, but I think Tui or Guthrie could potentially play a negating role in the second half.
Here's the issues for Geelong, in my opinion. So midfield, we've just discussed it. They're not quick enough, explosive enough, or being disciplined enough to go with this Melbourne midfield. But what about the lack of contributions from some players? So Sam Menegola been non-existent, 6 disposals. Look at the defence of Geelong. None of them have provided any drive. So I'm with you, Shorey. Tui was brilliant off half-back last week, but he's been on a wing with Brayshaw, and it's been a non-event, really, for most of it. So do something with Zach Tui to provide some run and carry for Geelong. And then you look at this Gary Rowan, not one touch for the day. Kolajasny, 2 touches, no drive. Jeremy Cameron kicked the first goal. That's his only kick for the game. Radigalia, he doesn't get to enough contests either.
Henry, one possession, one of intercept mark.
Hughes and Atkins are the other two who've done nothing, who are also defenders. So Geelong, Melbourne have played it beautifully. They've played through and hit up really well.
If I'm Chris Scott, I'm saying to him here, okay, let's see what quarter by quarter, and let's try and just work on getting an advantage within the quarter, and that is sit on one of their midfielders. Probably Viney. I'd go to Petracca. I think he's just a beast. Viney, he does it too, but you can't stop both of them at the moment, I wouldn't think. But I'd go to him. You hope Dangerfield and all some of those midfielders start to lift. You've got to win the ball to win this game. And I reckon the last 5 minutes, they kicked 2 goals from clearances. I'd be saying, if we can get within 2 to 3, let's put this mental pressure back on Melbourne to see if they can cope with it. It's easier said than done, but I don't think you can just go hold us bolts and say, this is going to be done in this quarter, boys. Let's work it in to try and win certain areas, especially, say, contested possessions in this quarter.
Half-time with thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Melbourne with a commanding 29-point lead, 9-6-60 to Geelong 5-1-31. That is on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Around the grounds, just over 20 minutes remaining in the qualifying final between the Melbourne Storm and the Manly Sea Eagles on the Sunshine Coast, and the Storm leading 30 points to 12, and they're looking like scoring in the next moment or so as well, only 4 or 5 yards out from Manly's goal line. So 30 to 12, the Storm in charge up there. But it is Melbourne by 29 points in Perth. We will take a quick break. Don't forget, you can always join the conversation. 3AW Twitter with thanks to Epworth Healthcare. Follow us on Twitter at 3AW is football is our Twitter handle. We'll give you Will Schofield's Twitter handle on the other side of the break as well. Epworth, caring for Victorians every day. A quick break, and as we go to the break, let's take some news headlines. It's a very good evening to Liz Kefford.
Thanks, guys. Victoria has recorded 1 death and a record vaccination figure as the state grapples with its latest coronavirus outbreak. 334 locally acquired cases were reported overnight, most of them in Melbourne's north or west. 149 are linked to known outbreaks. A man aged in his 70s has also died, and authorities say he wasn't vaccinated. 1,542 new cases of COVID have been reported in New South Wales. 9 people with the virus have died. Police will use number plate recognition technology to prevent a mass exodus from Melbourne to the regions. Country towns will spend their first weekend out of lockdown, allowing pubs, clubs and cafes to reopen at a limited capacity. And police have charged a man over the alleged assault of a news cameraman outside a Ripponlea synagogue. The 72-year-old is accused of recklessly causing injury and unlawful assault. More news after the footy.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you for every health concern that life presents. If restoring your health is a priority, choose Epworth to be on your team because your recovery is our goal. Our rehabilitation specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to Epworth Rehabilitation in Melbourne or Geelong or visit epworth.org.au.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
Oh, if you're one of the millions of Australians who suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try PhysioCrem. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which are all great for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Just look for the purple tube at your local pharmacy, Chemist Warehouse, Coles or Woolworths. PhysioCrem. Always read the label. Follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Unable to work due to illness or injury, you could claim insurance through your super. Morris Blackburn ensures you get your full entitlements. For a free super claim check, visit Australia's #1 super claims law firm.
Morris Blackburn, we fight for fair.
On the way to the game, at half-time, or after the siren, Macca's has you covered. Fuel up on Big Macs, quarter pounders, fries, apple pies and more at a Macca's restaurant. Like goals after the siren. I'm loving it. Macca's, proud partner of 3AW Football.
Upgrade your everyday with Husqvarna. Take advantage of fantastic offers across the range. Trimmers from only $235. Bonuses like a free icebox and bucket hat with selected Husqvarna ride-on mowers. Even a free trailer to tow behind your new rider. From the intelligent Husqvarna Automower to your new trimmer or garden tractor, it's time to start your next project. Check out our catalogue and talk to your local Husqvarna dealer today. Husqvarna. Ready when you are. Offers end January 31st, 2022. T's and C's apply. See husqvarna.com for details.
It's Shaq here. Some things in life aren't easy. I once went 0 for 11 from the free throw line in a single game, but I've forgotten that. One thing that is easy is PointsBet's app, and there's never been a better time to download it with specials like this.
If your horse doesn't win but runs top 10 in races 1 to 5 in Melbourne and Sydney every Saturday in spring, get your money back in bonus up to $50.
Cha-ching! It's shocking easy with PointsBet.
T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Throughout Australia, this is 3AW's coverage of the 2021 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
21 minutes after 9 on the eastern seaboard, 21 minutes after 7 in Perth, and our halftime wrap with thanks to Sheen Panel Service being wrapped up with Melbourne leading by 29 points in the first preliminary final over the Cats. We're ready to go for the second half. Third quarter brought to you by Collins House. Investing for your goals just got easier. 9-6-60 the Demons, 5-1-31 the Cats. The only multiple goal kicker on the ground is Charlie Spargo with 2 majors. Don't forget, tomorrow night, Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs in the second preliminary final from the Adelaide Oval. That's after throughout the afternoon. Tim will lead the team between midday and 2 with a footy preview, and then Grubby, who'll be pretty dejected tomorrow with his weekend break between 2 and 6 with the news late this afternoon that Jordan Dawson, the star Sydney Swan, has asked to be traded back to his home state of South Australia, but more on that tomorrow. Big second half coming up. Melbourne by 29 points. Have they got 1 foot in the grand final, which will be their first appearance in the major match of the season in 21 years.
It's a night preliminary final, excuse me, now, as the second half gets underway. Cats with 2 late goals before half-time. Within range, 29 points the margin. Gawn and Stanley both up and down before the ball arrives. Dangerfield got his hands onto it. Hand pass though stolen by Petracca. Gives to Oliver, who kicks to within 25 of goal, and Brown takes a mark in front of Blitzarves. Well within range. And this half starting eerily like the first. Although on that occasion, Ben Brown hit the post with his shot, and this is probably a little more straightforward.
Well, let me tell you, Blitzarves has had a shocker, and as Will Schofield said, don't get beaten by what you know, and this is the 4th time I reckon he's nearly been outmarked in this game, either on the lead or in a contest.
And Tom Atkins in the centre bounce on Petracca. I'm not sure that's the answer.
Nah.
Brown with 1 beside his name. Comes in jogging in and kicking dead straight for his second, and it's back out to 35 points. Just to start, Melbourne needed 10-6-66 to 5-1-31 on the Collins House scoreboard.
So we're chatting at half-time around, more accountability through the midfield. But Tom Atkins, I'd love to know how many centre bounces he's been to in his career, and yet he's starting the first one of the third quarter in a prelim final up against Oliver and Petracca and Viney.
Well, even a Menegola, he's been there a few with a big body.
I know, and he's out on a wing.
On a wing.
Yeah.
A couple of Ben Brown's marks tonight have been reminiscent of North Melbourne 3 or 4 years ago. He has clunked a couple of big grabs, as we see the Yarra Valley Toyota replay of that towering mark in front of Mark Blitzarves. So 35 points, the Melbourne lead after just 61 seconds of playing time in the third term on the Husqvarna time clock. Perfect bounce to get us underway again. Stanley wins it down to Dangerfield, who's heading in the wrong direction. He hooks a kick around the corner, which probably is going to favour Langdon in front of Close. The only 2 players out there in long sleeves, and in fact the ball runs away from both players and is out of bounds just slightly into Geelong's attacking half on the outer wing. 66 to 31. Early stages of the third term. How many shots have the Cats got left in the locker? Gawn wins the tap, but straight to Duncan. Dispossessed, the ball fell to Atkins. Straightens the body to kick on his preferred right foot. Looking for Cameron. Radicalea does the crumbing. Tries to handball over his head, but Salem intercepts, and then he's dispossessed by Radicalea. Bowie's got it. His kick's taken off the boot by Rowan. Ball bobbles around in the turf. Duncan better get rid of it. Is he hatching it? Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt, and there'll be a throw up, 30 out from the Geelong goal on a tight angle.
Max, here we go.
Ball tossed up. Oliver arriving. Good work at 2 stoppages at the start of this half. Got it to Bowie. Quick left foot kick around the half-back flank. Harms over it. Just over-attacked it. Taken by Henderson. He got it off, and Geelong advanced to within about 15 of goal. Gawn and Cameron at ground level. Hawkins arrive a little nudge off the ground to Smith, but his little running shot was smothered through for a behind. And an opportunity slips through Geelong's fingers. 10-6, plays 5-2, Melbourne by 34.
Michael Hibbert just a little sore after that desperate effort in the last line. Christian Salem runs out of the goal square and then hoofs it in the Gawn direction, who was going to complete the mark, and his teammate Petracca took it out of his hands. Handball to Oliver, who waits the pass brilliantly, and Ben Brown, he's winding back the clock here. Marks in front of Blitzarves, and then handballs to Langdon, confronted by Close. Look away, handball to Viney, who's mown down immediately by Buse. Loose ball grabbed there by Close. Handball to Dangerfield. Handball to Blitzarves, hemmed in on the boundary line. Hooks the kick around the corner, but straight to Langdon, who handball to Petracca. He burns off Selwood, lowers the eyes, and he hits Fritsch on the chest, who's marked 40 out on a slight angle.
Well, maybe 50 metres. 50 metres against Joel Selwood, I'm thinking.
Hey, Christian.
And game over. He's the captain of your club, and it is so undisciplined. Frustration. He can't run with Petracca. Petracca's just exploding off him time and time again, and he gifts Melbourne a goal.
So Bailey Fritsch will be taken to the goal line in a matter of seconds. Will become the Demons' 9th individual goal kicker for the night. He boots it up into the second tier. And the Demons back out to a 40-point lead. 11-6-72. Geelong 5-2-32. Collins House scoreboard. And we're only 5 minutes into the third term. Here's Matthew Lloyd, thanks to McDonald's.
Sure, they look shell-shocked, don't they? Yeah, they've probably gone in at half-time. They've spoken about a few things, and then they've just given up 2 goals in 3 minutes.
Yeah, look, he's thrown the magnets around, hasn't he? And it just hasn't been good. Now, as you said, Atkins on the ball. He's had a couple of possessions, but you're playing on one of the best midfielders. You need someone who knows the space of a midfielder, if you get what I mean.
He's frustrated. He thought he should have been given a free for being held off the ball. But still, you don't give away another 50.
There was an interesting shepherd by Langdon in the first instance, but the retaliation by Selwood was stupid.
Well, Melbourne have come out and kicked the first 2 goals of the half, and that has just about put it beyond doubt. And they're going to break away and surge forward again. Petracca was brilliant. Hand pass to Gawn, running almost to the 50 and driving it long and home. Jack Viney comes in and hoists Gawn, who's about twice his height, into the air as the big captain kicks his second goal. And Melbourne have landed the old 1-2-3, and they lead by 46 points, 12-6-78 to 5-2-32.
I don't know what the first thing that came to your mind, how great that goal was, but the only thing that came to my mind when that margin came up, what Stephen May. I had it in the back of my mind as a coach thinking, what do we do? Do we allow him the confidence of just keep playing, knowing that he hasn't been bothered a lot because they haven't had the ball up there, or do we say, let's pull the pin on him now? I don't know how you think, Lordy. Mine would be pull the pin and say, mate, we've got 2 weeks away from a grand final. Let's get it started right now.
Good question you asked, Shorey. I'd give him a bit longer just to see if he can work through what he's got, if it's nothing too serious.
I just don't want to be too long that he doesn't play.
There's been 17 goals kicked in this match, and I reckon the best 2 of them have both come off the boot of the Melbourne captain. They clear it again with Oliver, a left foot kick to centre half forward. Tom McDonald gathers. He says, anything you can do, I can do even better. Tom McDonald joins the party. And Melbourne are thumping Geelong. 52 points now as the lead. 10 individual goal kickers for the Demons. 13-6-84 Melbourne. 5-2-32 Geelong. Here's Will Schofield at an Optus Stadium, which it mightn't be throbbing, but the atmosphere is certainly absolutely sensational.
Let's go with it. It's throbbing over here, boys. It's absolutely throbbing. Melbourne have just put the foot down. The starting midfield for Geelong, the last 2 centre bounces, has been Holmes, Guthrie, and who else was floating around there?
Selwood was there, but yeah.
Just garbage coming up against Oliver, Petracca and Viney. Their best midfield versus Geelong's about 4th string. So get what you deserve in footy.
Well, this has been phenomenal by the Demons. 29-point leaders at halfway, but they've just come out and put Geelong to the sword, and Gawn wins it out of the air here, was tackled. Couldn't free himself up for a clean hand pass. Cam Guthrie's got it for the Cats. Kicks wide to half forward. Nothing there for Geelong. The ball will get away from Lever, though, and bounce over the line. Lever is optimistically looking in the umpire's direction, as though to say Guthrie did that on purpose. And he may have done, but there was a bit of disguise. There'll be a throw in just outside the 50 at left half forward for the Cats, who are now looking at a 52-point deficit. And Gawn just edged Stanley out and took it out of the air. Kick to the wing. Tom McDonald made sure Kolajasny couldn't mark it. Kolajasny onto the spillage, though. Gave to Menegola, and now to Tui. They're forced backwards. He's on defensive 50, and he doesn't know where to go in the end. He just chips out towards the boundary to Menegola. Not 15, says the umpire. Kick towards the wing. Henry stands his ground well. Took a good mark for the Cats.
Chain of handballs ends up with Duncan. He enters the centre square via the wing. Kicks across square to Gary Rowan. He gets ironical cheers after having his first touch of the night, but he kicks it in the Hawkins direction, and May punches it away into the path of Brayshaw, who handballs to Gawn, who's like he's got his own football out there at the moment. Hoofs it down to centre wing. McDonald flies over the back of Henry but can't complete the mark. Tui at ground level, shaped a handball, and then stepped away from the would-be tackler in Jackson. Handball to Menegola. Hospital handball to Holmes. Fumbled. couldn't go on with it. Salem, big tackle on Dangerfield. Somehow gets a kick forward. It looked like a figure 8 leg lock. Eventually Melbourne overwhelmed them with numbers though, and Brayshaw emerges with the crumbs.
Couple of bounces, steady, kick towards Brown's lead, and he takes another mark. 80 metres out, right flank, goes while the iron's hot to Petracca, who marks it at the 50. Right flank. And a couple of his teammates tell him just cool it, take your time.
In front of this.
You can bomb it home from there. He's back with the photographers.
In the Jack Nunes position, Tim.
He just said 15 gone to Petracca. He's been jumping cameras and cameramen, and got to give him some leeway.
Well remembered, Beaver. Petracca, miscues. He tried to centre it short. McDonald's got it. He is just dominant at the moment. Held by the shorts, shook himself free. Centering ball, lands 20 out, picked up by Isaac Smith, gave to Henderson, buried by Oliver. And there will be a ball up. There is nowhere to hide for the Cats. The ageing Cats against this hungry, talented Melbourne team on its way to a grand final.
4 straight to a behind so far in the third term, and it's going to be another score as well, because Max Gawn was caught high by Radagalier in the ruck contest, and the Melbourne skipper will line up for his third goal, only 12 metres out on the slightest of angles.
I don't know what Asava Radagalier was complaining about. He nearly had him in a headlock, but if he didn't get it, Oliver was going to get the next one, I would think.
I'm not sure the last time that Max Gawn kicked 3 goals in a game, but I know our production team are scurrying for the stats books thanks to eBay as we speak. Max Gawn, casual approach, spinning the yellow Sherrin in his hand, breaks into a trot and puts it straight through the middle. The easiest of his 3 majors of the night. Who would have thought the All-Australian captain to be the leading goal kicker on the ground, not even halfway through the third term. Big Max has 3, and the Demons are 14-6-90. Geelong 5-2-32 on the Collins House scoreboard, and the Demons are going to play in a grand final for the first time in 21 years.
Talk about the damn wall breaking if it hadn't already. So the third quarter stats for eBay. So it's been 5 inside 50s for 5 goals straight to Melbourne. So phenomenal. Sure, you may have got your wish. Steve May back on the bench chatting to the coach.
Please, just say to him, he's going to even go up. Is he going down the race?
You know what? He should head back to the hotel and start his rehabilitation.
Well, that's what I said. Yeah. Just get it done now. Like, you can start an hour before, probably an hour and a half up before the celebrations start, that you get that straight in. Well done, well thought out, I think, by the coaching staff.
The lead is nearly 10 goals. It's an annihilation. Well done, Dangerfield, winning a hard ball here and getting a hand pass to Selwood. High into the 50, no one can mark. Hawkins shot out a hand pass to nobody. Taken by Petty for Melbourne. Gives to Salem, loops it over the top. Perfect kick, and Petracca marks at defensive 50.
He'll probably be in your votes, I reckon, Lloydie, after the game.
Just thinking about Max Gawn. My golly, what a success he is as leader of this team. Petracca kicks up the line to the wing. Jackson's there, but Blitzarv's with him. It's off their hands for a throw-in. There was a Melbourne president 30 or 40 years ago who had also been a politician, in fact leader of a federal political party, who once said that when his leadership in politics was under the pump, his men would follow him through the valley of death on hot coals. They got rid of Billy Snedden soon after that, but I reckon Max Gawn, whose leadership is under no threat, could probably say the same thing about his leadership. They love him. Melbourne have got the footy. They go forward. Salem, a hand pass to Viney. Salem keeps coming. Got it. He shakes off Atkins, then stops. I think expecting the whistle. Kicks towards full forward. Brown up, couldn't mark. Kolajasny the crumb. Tackled by Fritsch. Taken to ground. There'll be a ball up left forward pocket for the Demons, who are 14-6-90. Geelong 5-2-32.
Gawn takes it straight out of the ring. Oh no, as Shorey said. Shorey, oh yes! Max has got 4. He's taken straight out of the ruck, under pressure, snapped while he's being tackled, and he has kicked his 3rd goal of the 3rd term and his 4th goal overall.
Well, that's his best Beaver ever. It was round 23 in 2019. He kicked 3 goals in the game. Well, that's his career best, 4 goal. Oh, that's unbelievable.
And your man, Mark Blixsad, was a player. He ragged old Shorey.
He's had a Barry Crocker tonight.
Yeah.
15-6-96 Melbourne, 5-2-32 Geelong. That's on the Collins House scoreboard. Not even halfway through the third quarter yet. Here's Will Schofield, thanks to Maccas on 3RW preliminary final football.
Well, put this in contrast to what they've done in previous years. They've just absolutely ticked every box, Melbourne, and there'll be blokes out there thinking, how do I get to the grand final without getting injured? They're over 10 goals up now. That the game's over. Stephen May's spent the last 5 minutes getting work down the bench. They need to put some ice packs on him and get him done.
Free kick Melbourne's way for an infringement in the ruck. They'll go forward again. They lead by 64 points. Approaching the middle of the third quarter. And they go forward through Rivers, running onto a hand pass, driving it long. Gone! In the middle of a pack, has taken a mark. And he will go back and line up for number 5. And he just doesn't miss.
Well, I know I'm looking at Viney now having a go at the Geelong players. Sometimes you just got to sit back. You're on top. I know the emotion's not going to win Geelong the game, but just sit back and know that you're going to be in a grand final and you've still got one big game to play. Gee, that's amazing. He's had a sensational game.
The old-timers might be thinking, Big Bob Johnson. He comes in for number 5 and he drives it through. And they lead by 70 points. Max Gawn has kicked 5. 16-6, 102 to 5-2, 32 on the Collins House scoreboard.
He's had 17 disposals too,
Yeah.
and we're halfway through the third quarter. So this is one of the great all-time finals game by a ruckman. It's hard to remember anything that
And
we've
a
ever
captain.
seen like it, Beaver.
I'm just trying to think the last time a genuine ruckman has kicked 5 goals in a final. I can't even remember like a Simon Madden.
Simon Madden. Big Nick in 72, kicked 6.
That's how far we've got to go back, almost half a century.
We weren't born, Tim.
I was there.
And it's the beauty of that man, Luke Jackson, what he provides for this team to allow you don't lose too much when Jackson's in the centre bounce.
Tell you what, Max, going into this game for the season, had kicked 11 goals, 15. His kicking in front of goal was terribly unreliable. That winner that he kicked in the final round might have just turned things around for him.
He's got 5 straight, 4 in this third term, which isn't even halfway old. Dangerfield with a clearing kick from the restart. Left foot drop punt to left half forward. And Jake Lever easily outmarks Gary Rowan, who unfortunately for Cats fans is having yet another shocker.
Well, he's joined with Cameron, Henry, Kolajasny and a few others, Beaver.
Lever, long ball to centre wing. Dangerfield crashed heavily in the marking contest. Neil Bullen with the crumbs. Handballs to Viney, kicks to Ben Brown. Can't quite bring the mark to ground. Henry walks into the tackle of Neil Bullen. Handballs to Blitzarves. Handballs to Zach Guthrie. Dangerfield's wobbling off the ground. He's winded himself there. Gary Rowan has to take on 3 demons. He might win this contest. Max is doing everything. He's now laid a bear hug of a tackle on Gary Rowan. Is there 3 of him out there? As Dangerfield basically crawls over the boundary line, holding his ribs after crash landing after that big marking attempt.
Oh, well done, Max.
He's big enough for 3 ordinary-sized men. As from the ball up and under from the Demons, doesn't break up the congestion. Won by Sparrow superbly, gave to Rivers. He gives to Langdon, breaking off half-back, running forward. Hand pass for Rivers, taken down. Langdon keeps coming, receives the hand pass, gets to within 55, gives it to Petracca, loads up, goes bang and misses. To say it is all happening for Melbourne is just not to do credit to this. 16-7, 103 to 5-2, 32. 71-point lead.
We are scurrying for the record books, all types of records being smashed at the moment. Henderson with the long kick in. Stanley the target. Tom McDonald punches it away from that player at ground level. Bowie with a little handball to Tom McDonald. His handball is battered down by Rowan and the ball is out of bounds. Geelong trail by 71 points and there's still 9 1/4 minutes of playing time remaining in the third term, and the only mystery at the moment as to why Stephen May's still in his playing gear and not in a casual polo and shorts and already getting plenty of work done on that dicey right leg.
Throw in, Petracca's got it, shot a hand pass to Bowie, who coolly in traffic, sits it up to within 20 of goal, falls off a pack to Ben Brown, can't get a boot onto the ball at ground level, picked up by Colin Jasny for Geelong, to Henderson, to Zach Guthrie, cool little kick, finds Blitzarves 15 metres away up the boundary line, and he chips inside to Guthrie Senior, or is it Blitzarves, Guthrie Senior, who takes the mark and goes across the goal face.
To Tui, who lowers the eyes, and a very, very short pass to Colin Jasny. Handball's back to Tui, who pops a little pass over the top to Myers. Tui's still running and receives the handball from Myers. He'll go short again, he'll turn it over, put it on Oliver's chest as if he was his teammate. Oliver kicks out wide and the ball skids away from Ben Brown and rolls over the boundary line. Now, while we're revelling in the brilliance of Melbourne, the grand final is still 15 days away, so you would imagine Shorey and Lloydie and Will as well, the next 24 and 48 hours, so much focus is going to be on the wreckage of Geelong coming out of this hammering that they're copping in the first prelim.
Yes, that hammering that we're watching might be nothing to what they get in the days that follow. As Melbourne will get a free kick here, Atkins coming two-hearted Viney, who had his head over the ball. Melbourne's footy.
Glad I tipped Melbourne, Tim. Glad I tipped Melbourne. I think you did as well.
Viney from the wing kicks towards the 50. No one able to mark it. Beautifully crumb for Melbourne by Sparrow. Kicked the full forward, pick it up, took a mark, played on and goal. He came front on at the pack. It bounced off his chest. He got it at the second attempt, and his momentum just carried him into the goal opening, and he drove it through for his second. The margin is 77. 17-7, 109 to 5-2-32. It is a demonation, a destroyation, and an embarrassment for Geelong. Will Schofield at the stadium.
Yeah, look, we're on injury watch here, boys. Like I said, there's a lot of Melbourne players out here going, do not get injured. I am playing in a grand final. They're running on top of the ground. Geelong, obviously, looking very slow, old, and that's an easy narrative to take, but they've just been outplayed by a better team today, boys. Melbourne outstanding. Stephen May still hasn't got back up off the bench. I haven't seen him re-emerge, so hopefully, for Melbourne fans' sakes, they've iced him up because he needs to play in the grand final.
Beaver, you wouldn't think the players think that way, but I've got to say, in 1990, we were about 8 goals up the three-quarter. I was thinking just don't go anywhere where you don't have to go to get hurt.
Yeah, Collingwood won the second semi. I think it was almost 10 goals exactly, wasn't it, against the Bombers in that second semi.
Oh, this is...
From the restart, the margin is 77 points. Melbourne going forward again. Viney out on centre wing. Kicks in the McDonald direction. Henry with the spoil. Neil Bullen at the back. He handballs to his own advantage in the end. Regathered, centering kick. Blitzarves could have taken the mark. Confident shot. Just smashed it straight into the path of Salem. Little underground pass looking for Fridge. Geelong with some numbers back. Menegola took a while to get down to it. And sloppy handball to Zach Guthrie. Menegola goes again looking for the boundary line. Players fall over each other. Colin Jasny emerges with it, and the short pass finds young Max Holmes at left half back. Round the grounds, Tim, as well. Storm have thrashed Manly 40 points to 12 in the qualifying final.
Dangerous centering ball. Gawn arrived with the big spoil. Taken by Oliver, having his best quarter here, and he kicks to Pickett on the 50 out near the boundary at right half forward. A little bit further out than Jack Newnes was that wet night.
And they're the number one defensive side of the game for a reason, and they've conceded 5 goals, yet they've poured on 109 points with 6 minutes to go. So that's what makes them so special, this Melbourne side. They attack well, but they defend for their lives.
Frighteningly good. Yeah. Kick to the top of the goal square. Gawn's there again. Henry saw the danger, and he got his fist onto it, put it through for a rush behind. 17-8, 110 the Demons, 5-2-32 the Cats, a 13-goal lead.
8-2 to a point in this third quarter. Tui virtually stubs his toe as he kicks it in, but it eventually rolls to the skipper. Selwood handballs backwards to Blitzarves, who kicks on his non-preferred left towards centre wing. Salem will get there before Myers, and Actually tapped it to Myers. Myers is claiming that he was caught high. And now finally Stephen May is sitting in the back row of the dugout, and James Jordan has been activated. So that is Stephen May's night done, and he will already be counting the minutes. And I'm not sure how many minutes there are in 15 days until grand final day, as Stanley takes the ball straight out of the ruck and kicks it to right half forward,
where it falls off hands over the boundary line. You need to get right behind the Demons here, Shorey. If they could kick another 9 and a bit goals, they could have raised that 133-point loss by Collingwood in the 84 preliminary final.
Go D's.
From the record books.
Go D's.
Throw in, taken by Close for the Cats. Quick kick into the forward pocket. Hibbard has it near the boundary. Ushered over by Rowan. There'll be a throw in.
Which I believe it is still the biggest finals win. I know Lloydie's Bombers beat North by about 125 in the qualifying final of 2000. Ironically, the last time Melbourne played in a grand final against your Bombers, but I think that 133 still takes the cake.
Cats have the biggest grand final win, of course, against Port Adelaide, who might be playing next week. Geelong won't. Kick towards full forward for the Cats. It is won for them by Holmes. Tried to get under a tackle, couldn't. Brayshaw, little hand pass out with Menegola falling into his back. Free kick to Brayshaw. Such a fine, poised, steady, but very talented and dangerous player. Last line of defence. Melbourne 110, Geelong 32. Brayshaw goes across the goal face. And Michael Hibbard back in the team. Takes the mark for the Demons. Swings it long out over the 50. Colin Jasny, good mark. Too far out to score. He places it into half forward for nobody but Oliver. Good spoil from Rowan. Spillage to Atkins for Geelong. To Stanley, to Close. Dangerfield's back. Got it. 60 metres out. Swings a goal with Melbourne with 3 on 1. And the one was Hawkins. Couldn't quite hang on to the mark. Fights on. Gave to Myers. He's smothered. And it's picked up by Brayshaw. Clever little loopy hand pass to Hibbard. Another one to Neil Bullen. And Melbourne are away as Pickett waits for it to bounce. Now he's got it.
And handballs to Langdon, who is riding shotgun, so a couple of speedsters there. Langdon takes a bounce, gives it back to Pickett. It was going to be a free kick to the Demons, advantage paid, and then Pickett spears a pass to McDonald as the ball punched away from him. As Langdon and Duncan engage in some friendly banter, although I don't think Mitch Duncan's seeing the funny side of it, with his side trailing by 78 points. Boundary throw in on the outer side, slightly into Melbourne's attacking half, as Gawn outpoints Stanley again, and Oliver with the quick kick forward.
He was strong again, but this is chopped off by Buse between fullback and between halfback and centre for the Cats. He's forced sideways. They just haven't been able to find the way forward with any reliability. Up the line to Duncan, forward of the wing, slots it towards Hawkins. Awkward half volley, it wasn't a good kick. Hawkins tackled by Langdon, didn't know he was coming. Ground level now, Langdon's got it. Hawkins bear hugs him, there'll be a ball up towards half forward for the Cats. Melbourne 17-8, 110, Geelong 5-2. 32 with a bit over 3 minutes left in the third term on the Collins House scoreboard, where the Husqvarna clock is shining brightly.
Gawn smashes it forward into the path there of Oliver. Handball to Jordan for his first touch. He was pushed off his kick. Petracca's there to lend a hand. Oliver goes again. Atkins has got a little bit more to say. And in fact, whatever he said to Clayton Oliver, he just pointed up at the scoreboard. And why not when it says 17-8 to 5-2, Lloydie and George?
21,600, Beaver.
There's more than that at the stadium tonight.
Minutes till the grand final.
There
you asked before.
Stanley wins. Sabaket's gone. You're always so precise with your numbers, thanks to eBay, Tony. Grabbed by Close, tackled by Gawn. No prior opportunity, and we'll have a throw up on the Toyota logo on the outer centre wing. And speaking of throwing up, I think that's probably what most Cats fans feel like at the moment.
Gawn takes it out of the air, hooks it over his shoulder, up towards half forward for the Demons. Pickett over it, numbers against him. Dangerfield got it to Stanley, to Zach Guthrie, to Buse. Kicks up to half forward. Lever in the way. Myers managed to just make a legal spoil, and the ball goes to the boundary, and Lever's not happy. Reckons he either should have taken the mark or been given a free kick, and it speaks of the Melbourne mentality at the moment. There's a perfectionism and a ruthlessness about them.
Great pick up Jim, that's exactly what you want to see when this game's done and dusted. They're still competing like that.
25 scores to 7 from the restart. Brayshaw with a handball to Jordan, who handballs back to Salem. He spirals one along the line, a low torpedo. In fact, sends it sailing out of bounds on the full. And Jack Henry will take the resultant kick slightly into the Cats' attacking half.
Tell you what, there's only one player I reckon could hold their head up high, and I mean this. Dangerfield has been the only one in this group. Duncan's had 18, Guthrie's had 16. I don't care. It's only been Dangerfield trying to carry this group.
Henry loads up with a drop punt. Max Gawn, big climb, didn't quite take the mark. Stanley grabs the crumb. Handball straight to Salem, though, who kicks to left half back. Myers was dispossessed, but somehow threw it to Duncan, who got it to Atkins by hand. Atkins with a kick to the top of the square. Stanley in from the side, almost took the big mark. Hibbert grabs it, the clearing kick, but it might be coming straight back.
He got the barrel perfectly and had a bit too much carry. Fell for Henderson of Geelong, loaded up and then changed his mind and kicked it to his former Carlton teammate too. He's still outside 50, drives it into the forward pocket, no one can mark. Hibbert flew for it, then fought on at ground level. Gave to Spargo to Petty. Kick smothered, comes loose. Hawkins, poor tackle. High on Spargo. Free kick to this fourth generation league footballer. Melbourne's footy, and looks as though there's going to be a substitution on the Geelong bench as Higgins is getting ready to come on. Who's
Gary Rowan.
Yeah, Gary Rowan.
Maybe a hamstring and an eye. Oh, he's got a black eye.
So a dirty night for Gary Rowan has just got worse. He is subbed out of the game as Oliver takes the mark at right half back. Kicks to centre half. Henry. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say the light's got in his eyes, but that's probably not a replay for Yarra Valley Toyota that he'd want to see. Higgins onto the ground, has his first touch and handball straight to Tom McDonald. Centering ball, Pickett has to take on 2, and that's a good mark by Close. In fact, that's a nomination for the mark of the day, thanks to Midway Concrete. A juggling mark at centre half back, and he gives off to Tui.
Lever arrives, makes the spoil here. Picked up though by Holmes for Geelong. Kick forward, just nothing to go to. Petty in the way, tackled by Blitzarves, was good. Hand pass though from Petty. Finds Jordan, who dabs it along the boundary line to Langdon. Duncan arrived, prized it away, but the umpire satisfied that the mark had been completed by Langdon. So it's Melbourne's footy behind the wing. Siren sounds, 3/4 time. An extraordinary quarter of football. Geelong kicked the last 2 goals of the first half to give themselves faint hope, 29 points down. But Melbourne came out, slammed on 2 goals in about 90 seconds. And by the end of the term, they'd kicked 8 goals to 1 behind in as destructive a demolition job as we've seen in a final for a long, long time. And it is Melbourne by 78 points, 17-8, 110 to Geelong 5-2-32.
And 4 of those 8 goals came from the boot of their captain and this year's All-Australian captain, Max Gawn. Gawn with a career best 5 goals straight to 3/4 time, 4 of them in that third term. 2 apiece to Charlie Spargo. Both of his goals came in the first half. Cozzy Pickett and Ben Brown. Ben Brown has 2-2 for the night. And singles to Harms, Petracca, McDonald, Neil Bullen, Fritsch and Sparrow. So in total 10 individual goal kickers for the Demons. Pretty sick and sorry tale for the Cats. Singles to Stanley, Cameron, Smith, Hawkins and Myers. 78 points Melbourne lead by with a quarter to play in the first preliminary final. They're going to play in their first grand final in 21 years. And in the NRL qualifying final tonight, the Melbourne Storm have thrashed Manly 40 points to 12. A quick break, back with 3/4 time analysis from Will Schofield, Tony Shaw and Matthew Lloyd. And for McDonald's, 3RW is finals football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
Tuesdays just got better with eBay Tuesdays. Every week, eBay Plus members can unlock new offers on a range of products. Start your 30-day free trial today. Trial for new members only, $4.99 per month thereafter. T's and C's apply.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Dad, come kick the footy with me.
Sorry, buddy. My knee's playing up again.
Please, Dad.
If you're one of the millions of Australians who suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try PhysioCrem. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which provides temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Pick it up from your local pharmacy, Woolworths, Coles or Chemist Warehouse today.
Buddy, let's have a kick.
PhysioCrem. Always read the label. Follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
At Epworth, we want you to live your best life. That's why we're here for you for every health concern that life presents. Make Epworth your choice for cancer care because we care for the important things in life. You. From diagnosis to treatment and rehabilitation, our oncology specialists combine evidence-based clinical knowledge with more than 100 years of Epworth excellence. Epworth for you. Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to an Epworth oncology specialist in Melbourne or Geelong or visit epworth.org.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with the 6-pack of Scapegoat apple cider 330ml bottles for only $12 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
3AW Footy Highlights.
And they're going to break away and surge forward again. Petracca was brilliant. Hand pass to Gawn, running almost to the 50 and driving it long and home.
It's going to be another score as well because Max Gawn was caught high by Ranagalier in the ruck contest, breaks into a trot and puts it straight through the middle. Gawn takes it straight out of the... Oh no, as Shorey said. Shorey, oh yes! Max has got 4. He's taken straight out of the ruck, under pressure, snapped while he's being tackled, and he has kicked his 3rd goal of the 3rd term.
Driving it long, Gone! In the middle of a pack, has taken a mark, comes in for number 5, and he drives it through. Max Gawn has kicked 5.
Melbourne has obliterated Geelong in the first 3 quarters of the first preliminary final. They lead by 78 points, 17-8, 110 to 5-2, 32. If it was a gunfight, Shorey, it's a bazooka against the pop gun at the moment. What's the stat, thanks to eBay, which best exemplifies Melbourne's domination?
Well, I would say everybody thinks that Melbourne being the best defensive side all year, which they have, the DNA to win premierships. They've kept Geelong to 28 inside 50s with a side that, you know, pretty solid midfield, a powerful forward line. Well, I don't care how powerful your forward line can be, and they have been disappointing up that end, but 28 inside 50s to me is the reason that Melbourne have just totally dominated, and their efficiency forward has just been magnificent.
Lloydie, even I can work that out, but that's just 9 per quarter.
Yeah, and Max Gawn is 2 points behind Geelong. That's how bad a night it's been. Geelong are 5 goals too. Max Gawn is 5 goals straight. So
whack.
It has been a disastrous night for Geelong, and this is an awesome Melbourne outfit.
The Velvet Sledgehammer again.
High contact, Geelong.
Final quarter for Dan Murphy's, and it is going to start with a Geelong free kick. Radicale got a push in the back. He handballs to Cam Guthrie, who kicks to left half forward. Salem and Higgins, and Salem in the end takes the mark. And everything going right for the Demons. He marks right on the paint of defensive 50. And a 50-metre penalty. Can any more go wrong for the Cats tonight? Who was the offender there, Lloydie or Shorey?
Just waiting for it to come up on the stat sheet, but it looked like potentially it was Isaac Smith.
So Salem's going to be just a pretty generous 50 as well. He's brought to about 65 out from goal. He kicks to the forward pocket. Three Cats spoil each other. Sparrow a chance at the fall. Soccers it off the ground. Goes again. Centering ball. Henry crashes through. Gives it to Cam Guthrie, who almost handballs out of bounds. Radicale dispossessed. McDonald has an area at it. Brad Close grabs the football, handballs over the head of Higgins, who grabs it, handballs to Myers, to Cam Guthrie. We need the Benny Hill music. Dangerfield kicks it towards the boundary line, straight to Langdon, who handballs to Rivers, who kicks it straight to Jack Henry, and he marks in the last line.
He fell over in his haste to try to kick away, but he comes up with a 50-metre penalty. Seems to be against Tom McDonald, who's unhappy. Henry kicks quickly to Isaac Smith, coming with the flight. And even then, he couldn't quite get himself in. Was able to get the ball on the bounce. Give to Cameron for his second kick of the night. Searching ball to full forward. Hawkins in the box seat, but Lever came with the flight. As Hawkins had the better of Petty, and Lever put the fist on it and put it away over the scoreline, or has gone over the boundary line for a throw in left forward pocket for Geelong. No change to the score. Oh, yes, there is. It's a minor score. Salem's going to bring it in. So it's 110 to 33.
Let's not sugarcoat it. Radicale didn't go hard enough up the other end. Ducked ahead and went one-handed. You've got to be better that in finals.
Salem kicks long and strong. Gawn was the target, and why not? He has been on fire tonight. At the fall of the ball, Oliver. Well, if he meant that, he's more of a genius than we think, because he passed it to Petracca without really looking at him, who handballed to Spargo, who chipped a pass to Fridge. We're in junk time already, and we're only a couple of minutes into the final two. The big kick to Harms, who has taken a spectacular grab over the top of Henderson, and that is the mark of the day, with thanks to Midway Concrete. And James Harms will be hoping the Snappers have got the frozen image of that. He will line up for goal from 45 metres out. We've already seen 3 or 4 replays for Yarra Valley Toyota. And it is just individual highlight after individual highlight for the men in red and blue. Harms, can he finish his work from 45? Oh, the drop putt's terrible. In fact, you'll hope the video cuts out straight after the mark. He's kicked it out of bounds on the full. A free kick to the Cats in the right back pocket.
Sure he wouldn't know this, but it's always hard, Shorey, having a shot when you've taken a specking. Because you never get off the ground, it's hard for you to know what that felt like.
Clearing ball from Tui, but Salem, gee, he's been good between centre and half forward. Playmaker off half back, and he's crept beyond the centre here, and his pass is to the man of the night. Max Gawn will be going back and lining up for number 6. And I've got to admit, Beaver, when John Nichols kicked 6 in the 72 grand final, he played as a permanent forward pocket. Percy Jones was in the ruck. Gawn lines them
handy offsiders in Walls and Chiselinko that day as well.
Yeah, 3 of them got 19 between them. Gawn comes in. This is just unbelievable. He winds up from out at 50, and it's a shocker. I hope he hasn't left his form behind him for the big one. He puts it out on the full, out beyond the right behind post, and it'll be a Geelong free kick in the last line of defence. Melbourne 110, Geelong 33.
Which means he stays on 5 straight. Isaac Smith down the centre corridor with a short pass to Mitch Duncan. Duncan also goes down the centre corridor to Selwood, who marks and handballs to the running Isaac Smith. Long left foot drop punt out wide. Hibbert and Cameron go shoulder to shoulder. Cameron tries to paddle it to his own advantage, but straight to Petty, who's an underrated player. He handballed to Petracca, who kicked out towards centre wing Zach Guthrie arrives, thumps it out of bounds where the interchange gates are, and right in front of you, Will Schofield, as this demolition continues.
Yeah, I've taken my focus a little off the footy. I'm watching the crowd at the moment. Now, I know you're in lockdown over there in Melbourne, but the beers are flowing. I think people are just happy to be around and enjoying a good game of footy and getting out in public. I think there'll be close to 60,000 here tonight, and although the result isn't a close one, people are enjoying just watching footy and being amongst each other.
Thanks, Will. That's really
good on you,
rubbing
Will.
it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Will.
Sorry, boys. I'm sorry.
Cats win the ball away. Smith to Higgins, who kicks to Hawkins. Petty in front did well. Hawkins looked as though he might have had the sit. Picked up by Petty now and gets a kick around the half-back flank. Easy for Sparrow to take the mark clear of the 50 and poke a pass up to the wing where little Charlie Spargo takes the mark. Couple of first half goals, and now he gets a little pass. And Langdon marks it right on the wing over on the outer side, puts it back inboard, and Spargo's got it again.
Stat collecting now. Spargo trots off and kicks it to right half forward. Shallow kick, in fact. Ben Brown never got a run. Oh, Henderson didn't complete the mark. Petracca tries to rip it free from him, and eventually a bit of a tug of war between Petracca and Atkins, and we'll have a throw up 60 out from the Melbourne goal. 17-8 to 5-3. As one-sided a preliminary final as we've seen for quite a few years from the restart. Selwood with the crumb, a handball to Smith, a handball to Tui. The Irishman kicks laterally out into space. Foot race on between Buse and also Jordan. Jordan actually will win the race. He'll paddle it in front of him. They still keep fighting on after it. Buse then lays a big tackle on the Melbourne Medi sub. And eventually a 0-0 draw, says the umpire. Will have a throw up about 30 centimetres in from the boundary line.
I reckon that says a bit there. That contest right there. He was second to the ball. He was a metre behind. Worked his backside off to at least give a contest. They get a stoppage. That's been the night all night.
Litzarves and Gorn. Collision of the ruckman, and it's against Big Maxi. Umpire Donlan not going the popular way. Now, Geelong escaped with the ball. Isaac Smith was running forward, but the umpire says it must come back. Seeing a TV shot of Nathan Jones and Jake Melksham looking on, and they must be feeling pretty forlorn about their chances of winning a spot. Certainly in the 22, maybe the Medi subs up for grabs as Big Maxi's on the mark, accidentally pulling his shorts lower than decency permits me to describe. Cats work it inboard to Menegola, who has it forward of the centre line, and he goes further into Isaac Smith, who drops the mark. Got time to recover the footy and look for options. Goes backwards by hand to Henry. They're going absolutely nowhere now, and now a little kick to midfield, and Holmes, who pokes it on into the 50. Up in front was Lever though, and takes a comfortable mark between fullback and halfback for the Demons.
Just on this game, he's been great, but how good's Petty been? We're kicking to him now, but he's been beaten Hawkins a lot of times, and it's an option for them for the grand finals. Could Petty play on Charlie Dixon if they get there, or Norton, and allows for May to play a release role with Lever as well?
He's about as low profile as it come. Another huge mark. Jackson actually's taken a big mark on Max Gawn, another contender for the mark of the night thanks to Midway Concrete. He handballs to Salem, who has the ball smothered.
Well done.
But Viney storms through, wobbles a kick to left half forward, and Zach Guthrie takes the saving mark. It's a good point, Tim, regarding who's going to be the Medi sub. James Jordan, who seemingly has been the permanent one, is one of 10 Cats that's played every game this year. He's still, this is his 24th game for the year, and he's got the football now as the Cats turn it over again. He'd be mighty stiff to be dropped. He spreads it wide to Spargo, who pops a little pass over the top, and Fritsch marks it 60 to 65.
It's been a big night for Fritsch on the scorecard, but he's done some good things, and this kick is one of them. It was flat and quick and had the potential to cause chaos, but off hands it got to the back of the pack and went over the boundary line, over the score line for a minor. Still no goal in the quarter, and the Demons have the foot off the pedal as the ball is cleared by the Cats. Radaglia went high, but then didn't get his hands onto the ball. Spilling footy. Holmes has got it. Jackson mowed him down. Terrific tackle Ball comes clear. Well done, Bowie, as he positioned himself perfectly for contact against a bigger man and still managed to get the better of things in the search for the ball. Melbourne take it across half-back to Langdon. Kick to the wing and Fritsch, who pokes it across the centre line, and the Demons are on the build. Spargo's got it, and he dabs it 20 metres forward to Neil Bullen.
Oh, that was sensational, Neil Bullen. He tapped the ball on and then shepherded his teammate on the other flank and has run to receive that ball then.
Kicks in the Gawn direction, got hands on it, couldn't complete the mark. Well, I think most people, apart from the blue and white persuasion, want to see half a dozen to Big Macs. Spargo's got it again. Kick smothered there by Zach Guthrie, who's done a lot of good defensive work tonight. And he's seen a lot of the footy, given how often it's been in Melbourne's front half. Chip past Menegola, and he takes the mark and is held up at left half back.
Kicks across the half-back line where he has Higgins in space. He kicks 30 metres forward to Selwood. Tonight he will want to forget. Cats said about working the ball forward, but horrible kick from Duncan is semi-smothered. Jordan's got it for Melbourne, and all of a sudden they're queuing up. Fritsch has it 60 metres out. Now he sees a zone of Cats. He kicks to the top of the 50 though, and Sparrow takes the mark. Man on the mark will be about 45 or 6 metres out. He'll kick it from just about on the paint. Try and break the deadlock in this final quarter. Scoreboard's advanced only by, one behind to Melbourne and one behind to the Cats. The margin as it was at three-quarter time, 78 points apiece. Geelong spiritless, defeated, demoralised, and Melbourne perhaps looking after themselves now for a big engagement they have in a fortnight. Sparrow comes in, drives it long, bit of hook on the kick. Takes it through for a behind. 17-10, 112 Melbourne, 5-3-33 Geelong halfway through the last quarter.
Lucky they've kicked straight the Cats, because their three behinds have all been rushed, so they haven't missed one off the boot as yet. As Tui bounces his way out of the defensive goal square and then chips a very short pass to Higgins, who marks almost on defensive 50. The Medi sub, Sean Higgins, kicks into midfield. Stanley was the target, no mark taken. Holmes at the fall of the ball, handballs to Menegola, virtually throws it up in the air as he's tackled, regains it, kicks the right half forward, punched on by Duncan into the path of Cameron, who flipped it over the head of Petty. Hawkins slipped over. Hawkins has got time to get it. What's he trying to do? Left foot kick across goal to Close. Close handballs to Cameron, who falcons himself. Brayshaw tackles him. The ball tumbles out of bounds. And Geelong, Melbourne almost gifted them a goal then, and they still stuffed it up.
Sums up Jeremy's night. Just the perceived pressure of Melbourne.
And just a loss of confidence and of purpose in the game. Throw in. Hawkins brought it down with two hands, but straight to Oliver for Melbourne. Gives it to another carrot top in Bowie. Little underground hand pass to Langdon, who takes it over the boundary line as light rain begins to fall. Will Schofield.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's. I'm having a bit of a laugh because just in that passage of play with Melbourne stopping a goal, they had huge cheers from the crowd. They're getting right around them here at Optus Stadium.
Jackson wins the tap. Petracca with the clearing kick, almost the centre wing. Punched by Kolajasny towards the boundary line, and it rolls over on true centre wing position. So Lloydie, Geelong now are going to fall to just 7 wins from 22 finals since the 2011 Premiership, and it is now 5 preliminary final losses out of 6 in that time as well.
Yeah, we'll go through some of the players on the list, and will they be there? Sean Higgins, will he be there? Will Lockie Henderson be there next year? There's a lot of players that we'll be discussing, I think, at the end of this. And where does Chris Scott sit? You know, is it time for a change? There's all the discussions that will be discussed, I think, in the coming weeks for Geelong.
It's going to be a long post-mortem. The Cats force it forward about 20 metres from the restart before it tumbles out of bounds again. We've still got almost half the final quarter remaining, 9:21 to be precise on the Husqvarna timepiece. Jackson and Blitzarves do the ruck work, no clear winner, bit of aerial ping-pong, and then Oliver tries to crash his way through. Duncan grabs it, handball straight to Oliver. Again, the ball bobbles around. Eventually Higgins grabs the loose footy. High kick to left half forward. Now there'll be a shepherding free kick here against Petty, and it'll go to Tom Hawkins, who'll go back and line up from 48 to 50 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Gee, they've got some amazing stories, haven't they, Melbourne? Like Jake Bowie, 5 games, and I know you called him Carrot Head, Tim, but he's one of the best carrot. The use of the ball, he's got poise for a youngster, and at that size, they've just found a ripper in him.
Yes, parents Brett and Dee will be bursting with pride. Young Jake, who's going to play in a grand final in his 7th game. Hawkins' shot at goal is to the near side and a miss. 1 goal, 1 tonight for the Tomahawk. First miss off the boot for the Cats. They're 5-4-34. The Demons 17-10, 112 on the Dan Murphy scoreboard.
Demons bring it in. Salem to Lever. A little looper over the top to Alex Neil-Bullen. Very good early. Goes back towards the top of the goal square, and Lever takes a mark. He's got some clear air, although he sees Hawkins bearing down head on. Kicks sideways to Bowie and forward out over the 50, but not by much, to Rivers, who goes precariously wide. So precariously that he's put it out on the full and close. He'll take a free kick for Geelong. High at half forward. 112 plays 34, 78-point margin. Goalless last quarter here as the Cats take it backwards to Kolajasny, who swings it across the centre to Henry, who plays on now, gives a little hand pass to Atkins, and he dabs it to a lead from Dangerfield. Can't mark, recovered the ball after it spilled in front of him, but just had to bomb it away and put it into the lap of Jack Viney, who's been a star for Melbourne. He takes this at defensive 50.
Have you got the Cats kicking one? Cats kicking one behind since halftime. So
3 behind since halftime. They were 5-1 at the half. They're now 5-4. I was going to ask all three of you. Will, Shorey and Lloyd have all been involved in grand final qualifying matches, either a second semi or a prelim. We've had a massive win and it's been decided very. It must be really hard not to start thinking about playing in a grand final while the match is still going on.
Yeah, you do enjoy it though, Beaver. It's a nice part to play your footy in this situation rather than it being so tense. They've enjoyed themselves tonight, Melbourne.
Cats force the footy forward. Hawkins sockers it out of mid-air. It trickles into the left forward pocket. We'll check in with Will Schofield in a tick, because I think the Mexican wave, in fact the Mexican wave is going on at the moment, as Rivers turns it over by kicking straight to Isaac Smith from 60 metres. He's going to load up, and Lever gets back. Now, did he get a fist on it?
Yeah.
I reckon he did.
Yeah, he did.
I reckon the goal umpire wants to go to the Yarra Valley Toyota replay. So, Will, are you joining in the Mexican wave?
I'm not joining in, but the Mexican wave is operational here at the stadium. It is going now. I'm from Geelong and from Melbourne, Victorian, so I know everyone's locked down. That's not good news.
Review complete.
Thoughts with you guys, and hopefully justice has been done to footy over here. Hopefully it's a good thing that footy is getting a crowd and some excitement, because if footy can win, that's a good thing. I think I've been a footy fan for a long time. At least we've got a crowd here at finals.
Indeed.
I tell you what, Will did well to say he wasn't Western Australian, because the Mexican wave been out to 25 years. Got to get some more entertainment.
I'll always be a Victorian, Shorey. Don't worry about that.
Good on you, mate.
How many do you reckon are there tonight, Shorey?
I reckon 59,000. I'll go 58,599.
Right on the money. That's why you are on the big money.
Salem brings it back in for the Demons, bombs it long and off hands. It's over the boundary line.
It's good to hear, though, isn't it?
We used to do that joke every Friday night.
Yeah, we did. We've been doing it for 23 years.
Oh dear. I'm not laughing because it's funny.
We've got to get some new lines next year, Tim.
Throw in coming up. Harms has got it for Melbourne. Lovely hand pass to Neil-Bullen. Kick forward. Cats have the numbers back. Kolajasny makes a bit of a mess of it. Fritsch knocks it forward and then pursues it. Bit quick for Henderson. Got it to Pickett. Swings at goal and kicks it. His third of the night. Melbourne's 18th. And the Demons lead by 83 points. Will, are you a little bit surprised that there are that many Melbourne fans in Perth?
Well, I'm not. There's been a few people cleared out in the last 10 minutes, so there's probably purely Melbourne supporters now, and I hope you could hear that. Just an absolute roar, as big as West Coast fans could make, went up around the crowd after that goal. Again, it's great to watch. I know there's a lot of people locked down across Australia, but if some people can get there, it's just I just love that noise of a crowd, the people remaining here are getting very excited.
Lloydie, no surprise who's on the bench now. Lever, Gawn and Petracca, along with the slightly injured Stephen May.
And Oliver's had a large spell just before that as well. So, you've got to look after your best players, and it allows for guys like Jordan, Hibberd and those types to get some good time on the ground.
Looks like Gawn is now back on and Oliver is off. Now that bounce is going to be recalled. The margin is 83 points. Remember, that was the final margin in the 83 grand final, Hawthorn and Essendon. Anyway, we're getting into silly trivia now because this match has been over as a contest a long, long time ago. From the recall bounce, the restart, Stanley wins it down to Dangerfield, gets a handball to Selwood. Selwood handballs under pressure to Menegola, who's also immediately under pressure. And eventually Melbourne again force the turnover. Harms with a handball to Langdon in the long sleeves. A little chip pass to Spargo. Handballs back to Langdon, who's streaming towards goal from 70. He kicks to Fritsch, who marks up around his neck region, almost took his head off. It was a bullet pass, and Bailey Fritsch will go back and line up for his second and try and push this margin out to 89.
Beaver, I just had a text message. One of my mates said, why don't they take Salem off, Viney off? And I think it's a bit disrespectful to do that, but why not?
Richmond did it. Yeah, Richmond did it.
There you go.
Yeah,
all right.
So Bailey Fritsch kicking for Melbourne's 19th goal. 45 out, slight angle, drop punt is through. Bailey Fritsch has two. 19-10, 124 the Demons. The broken-hearted Cats, 5-5-35.
This is a bruising encounter, and you know what helps ease bruise symptoms as well as muscle aches and pains? PhysioCrem Pain Relief Gel. Available from any chemist, Coles, Woolworths and Chemist Warehouse.
What about the goal kickers and the contributions pre-game? We took 5 from Gawn. You've got 3 goals from Pickett, 2 goals from Ben Brown, 2 goals from Bailey Fritsch, 2 goals from Charlie Spargo, and then individuals through their midfield group. So that's why they're going to be hard to stop, because I think if you stop one player, someone else bobs up. And we look at these players on the bench, Oliver, Gawn, Lever, Petracca, someone else just bobs up, which is one in, that's why they've been such a good side all year.
89 points the margin. It equals the second biggest winning margin Melbourne have ever achieved in a final. And it happened to be in the second semi of a famous year, 1964, when Melbourne took Collingwood apart and then only managed to squeak past them by 4 points a couple of weeks later. Now Geelong go forward and drive it into half forward. No one able to mark. Isaac Smith's there, knocks it to the ground. Myers has it, gave a hand pass to Hawkins. Didn't really need to do that, might have had a pop himself. Hawkins snapped out of the traffic and missed. Niner score, 19-10, 124 to 5, 6, 36. It's back to 88 points.
Hibberd kicks to Jordan. That was after the kicking came from. So interesting you mentioned 64. Tim, also looking back on records today, Melbourne won't know themselves next week against the Bulldogs or Port Adelaide, because 14 of their 18 grand final appearances have been against either Collingwood or Essendon. It's an extraordinary lopsided stack in terms of who they've met in the big one over the years. It's going to be the Dogs or the Power against the Demons next week, as Jack Henry has the football at right half back. In fact, in a fortnight's time, we've got to get used to having the bye next week. The high kick to centre wing from Geelong, and Stanley outmarks Jackson and handballs to Cam Guthrie.
Who drives it long, 2-on-2 in the 50, and it falls onto the chest of Harrison Petty, centre half back, and he's got a menu of options. He kicks to Viney, a hand pass to Jordan, a bad kick. He overshot Ben Brown, and the ball went bouncing away to the boundary line for a throw-in. Up towards half forward for the Demons. High on the left flank. 3.5 minutes left. The last minutes of a very famous Melbourne victory, and one to convince any doubters that this is a superb team. They work it forward from the throw, and Harms has got it. Selwood came at him. Harms got rid of him, ran on, snapped at goal under pressure, and almost missed a lot. Scores are behind. It's 19-11, 125 to 5-6. 36 on the Dan Murphy's scoreboard.
10-5 to 5 behinds after half-time, Lloydie.
Amazing.
As the Cats do their best to stuff it up coming out of defence again. Eventually Higgins with a neat handball to Zach Guthrie, who kicks to Stanley, who marks as Rivers arrives late. Can Geelong kick at least one goal in this second half of what has been a catastrophic performance in the preliminary final? Cameron easily outmarked there.
Tom McDonald's gone back.
Yep. And McDonald kicks a high ball back to centre wing. Rivers the target. Stanley goes the double-fisted punch. In fact, punches it into the Geelong dugout in neutral territory. Time clock stops with 2:31 remaining on the Husqvarna timepiece, and Melbourne lead it by 89 points.
Pretty uncharitable of you, Lloydie, to suggest Melbourne had only kicked one behind since quarter time. I mean, since half time. They've done much better than that. 5 times better. They've kicked 5 behinds. Geelong's ball on the wing. Blitzarves, Higgins, now Dangerfield, who sold a bit of candy to Jackson, but then what a dispirited kick. He just slammed his boot into it and set it mongrelling its way wide and bouncing over the boundary line. The only good thing about it is that it didn't go out on the full. Throw in about 60 around from Geelong's goal at right half forward flank. A baying crowd. Gee, it brings back memories of being at this then brand spanking new stadium for that preliminary final in 2018, Will Schofield, and you talked about a pre-match. I've never heard a crowd as loud as that day. Do you have a recollection that accords with that?
Well, I do. It's a complete contrast to tonight. Melbourne have literally done what West Coast did to them in 2018. They've done it to Geelong. They've comprehensively beaten them as Melbourne kick it out of bounds. Geelong kick it out of bounds on the full. Melbourne get it back deep in their back line. Yeah, Melbourne have just flipped the tables completely. They're clearly a different team to 2018, and absolutely hats off. Gee, they've played well.
Hibberd with the free kick after Blitzarve sent it sailing out of bounds on the full in the forward pocket. The long kick to congestion, and Geelong win it back, and after a chain of handballs, Higgins kicks towards goal, and Cameron in from the side has marked. He plays on, he screws it round the corner, and he kicks Geelong's first goal of the second half. And it comes with 94 seconds remaining in the match. Jeremy Cameron becomes Geelong's first multiple goal kicker of the night. He kicked the first of the evening thanks to First National Real Estate. He might have kicked the last of the evening, but it's been carnage in between. Geelong 6-6-42, Melbourne 19-11, 125. All of that, Lloydie and Shorey, on the Dan Murphy scoreboard.
Well, that's his third possession since the first goal that he kicked, which it's a long time ago. There's just been so many players, Dan. As I said, probably Patrick Dangerfield, Isaac Smith a little bit, but everybody else has lowered their colours, just haven't met the challenge that was thrown up. They've been stronger, quicker, won all the one-on-ones that you had to win, and they've been so efficient in their forward line. So great win. What's happened here? Well, one of the players is out of the zone, so they get a smack on the knuckles.
83 points is the margin into the last minute and a half of Geelong's season, and for a few players, perhaps even of their time as league footballers. Cats work it around and go forward within about 30 of goal. Radicalier 2 against him in the marking contest. Petty with good recovery. One possession was wrapped up in a double Geelong tackle, and there'll be a ball up as the Cats press for a last little bit of redemption as from the ball up. It's in dispute. Radicalier's over it. Petty came hard at him. Taken by Higgins, tackled. Couldn't get a clean kick away. Brayshaw's got it. Little trickler finds Langdon. Back to Brayshaw. Oh, coolly got around Selwood just for a little back step. Kicks up towards the wing. Ben Brown couldn't quite mark it. Fall of the ball favours Geelong. Menegola puts it on his left boot and drives them back into their 50.
High flyers needed. Petty affected the spoil. Brayshaw, the look-away handball to Salem. He'll trot out of defence and measure the pass to Jordan, who's got a couple of teammates ahead of him in space as well. The first one's Rivers, and that's the way he goes. He's got it at left half back as we're down to 30 seconds remaining. And Melbourne, with this thumping 83-point victory. We've just seen some more vision of players not involved in the game tonight, with broad grins on their face watching from a corporate box.
They think they've got it, Beaver.
I think, yes. It is. It's been all over for a long time, Tim, as Tom McDonald, he kicks short to Bowie, and he's going to kick out wide to Jordan. The siren's going to go. The 21-year wait is over. Melbourne deserve a 21-gun salute because they have hammered the Cats and they're into the grand final for the first time since the year 2000.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should all acquaintance people keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Apart from Jeremy Cameron's opening goal of the game, Melbourne have demolished the Geelong Cats by 83 points, 19-11, 125 to 6-6-42. They led by 27 points at quarter time, 29 at the half. They kicked 8 goals to 0 in the third term and then cruised home with 2-3 to 1-4 in the final quarter. 19-11, 125 to 6-6-42. The minor premiers are the first ones into the big one.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should all acquaintance people keep your eye on the red and the blue.
58,599 in attendance to see Melbourne storm into the grand final with an 83-point victory over Geelong. Goal kickers for the winners. Max Gawn, the All-Australian captain, brilliant with 5 goals, 4 of them in a stunning splurge in the third term. 5 straight, a career best for the Melbourne skipper. 3 goals to Cozzy Pickett, 2 each to Charlie Spargo, Bailey Fritsch and Ben Brown, and singles to Harms, Petracca, McDonald, Neil Bullen and Sparrow. 10 individual goal kickers for the Demons. Jeremy Cameron top and tailed the match. He had only 4 disposals. He kicked 2 goals, the first of the game and the last of the game with just seconds remaining, and singles to Reece Stanley, Isaac Smith. Tom Hawkins finished with 1 goal too, and Graham Myers kicked their other goal. Will Schofield, Tony Shaw and Matthew Lloyd to wrap us up over the next 25 minutes before Footy Nightline with Tony Leonard. Lloydie, maybe we'll go to you first, given it was your Bombers who smashed Melbourne in their last grand final appearance 21 years ago, to start our analysis.
Well, you know, if there was any doubt, we started the coverage at the start of the night saying there might be a lot of nervous supporters of Melbourne, but in terms of the belief that these players have in the coaching staff, they had a little lull, maybe 3/4 of the way through the year, where they were testing out their forward line and things like that, but they have not put a foot wrong all year. They deserve to finish on top, and the way they played tonight, they're just ruthless in every department of the game. Every department. So their forward line, it doesn't matter, they don't rely on anybody. They just are a team first team. Their midfield is as clean, as hard and clean as any midfield that you'll see, and then their back line is just ruthless. You know, I saw Petty get a goal kicked on him by Hawkins. It was filthy.
Yeah.
We saw Lever make an error. He was filthy. Binding, 34 disposals. Petracca, 32. Oliver, 27. Langdon on the wing, 21. Gawn kicks 5 and 19 as a ruckman. Teams just can't go with this midfield, and they defend as a group so well that their back line just has time. How often did we see Geelong slowed up and having to kick slow down the line, Shorey? It was just an awesome display.
I've said all year, they've got that DNA, and if you go through the stats over the last 20 years, the premiership side mostly have been found in the top four. There's been a couple of changes in it with Western Bulldogs, but the defensive side, the top four every year, you're there. And they have that DNA. What we just saw then. But look, there's two other sides still in the race for this grand final. Things happen, and they're covering all bases. I don't know how good the opposition was very ordinary tonight. They were slow, old, couldn't take the pressure. They were fumbly, which you don't normally see. And they just cut them down to the game style that they love using. They just could not get that into play tonight, Geelong.
Will Schofield, boundary side at Optus Stadium. Amazing scenes for the Melbourne 23 at what still is a neutral venue, although that is hard to believe at the moment.
No, it's red and navy blue over here. It's been great to watch the last 5 minutes, just listening to you all talk. The rest of the Melbourne squad came running onto the ground, gave all the players who played a huge hug. They're now doing laps of the ground, giving a big cheer to a huge Melbourne contingent. It's got to be said. There's still a lot of people here at Optus Stadium, and the boys are revving them right up. All credit to Melbourne. Just an incredible performance in a prelim. They did everything right. They did all the right things as well, and we spoke about it during the coverage. There wasn't a whole lot of surprises for them. They did what they were good at. They bought their one wood and did it all day. I started thinking late in that quarter, I started thinking towards the grand final, would there be any spots changing? You know, there's usually maybe one spot that changes, but there's not a lot of guys at risk there. They've won by almost 100 points. But the Medi sub, do we see a fairy tale? Is Nathan Jones in the running for a Medi sub? We'd love to see it.
Well, Will, we've already seen some footage of an emotional Adam Tomlinson, who of course won't be playing with the knee, Rico. The irony there is the last time Nathan Jones played, he was the Medi sub and he replaced Tomlinson after he'd done his knee against North Melbourne down in Hobart. That was 131 days ago, back in round 7. And as we said earlier, James Jordan, who seems to be permanently the 23rd man or Medi sub, he's one of 10 demons that has still played every game this year, so he is clinging to his spot in the 23. The Medi sub again tonight came on after Stephen May was subbed out. He'd be really stiff loyal to lose his spot.
And he had 10 disposals, so no, I don't think so. I think that,
you don't change it.
No, I think Melsham could easily play. Jones could easily play. You see Neville Jetta, who's been there a long, long time. He misses out now as well. So, I think they've got their side. Jonesy's putting on a brave face down there, but don't understand what they're about to miss out on. It's devastating for those guys.
Just quickly, Beaver, the thing about this is how they celebrate here and how they go about this. It's pretty important. Lloydie's been there, Will's been there, I've been there. You've got to enjoy it, but you've got to know that there's a bigger thing, a bigger prize at the end of this. Now, how that balance is really up to the coaching staff, and the coaches are very important. You had Kevin Sheedy, I had Lee Matthews, so you couldn't get better people to know what to do in the situation.
Well, the players are still out on the ground. There's been a number of TV interviews conducted. Max Gawn and Jake Lever among them. There's been celebrations with the fans, and Max Gawn is now leading his side off the ground with the rest of the extended squad as well, who are bringing up the rear. It'll be interesting to see just how this song is belted out. You may as well let the lid come off. They don't know who they're playing for another 24 hours, so let them have their moment, Shorey.
Yeah, no, I'll let them have the moment, of course, but how they control... The thing about... the good thing about it is maybe tickets aren't as massive of a problem as they are every year. Family, all these things come out. Who's doing media? Who's going to be the face? That has to be run by the coaching staff. And they wouldn't have thought about it before this win, but now they have to think along those lines to be organised and to then also know that they've got one of the greatest challenges of their lives coming up.
And what an entire club feel this
That's
is.
Great,
before circling up, most of the players have actually embraced all of the other support staff and that before circling up for the song. And by the look of it, Tim, it looks like everyone is going to be in the circle. first preliminary final over Geelong. We'll take a quick break, come back with more analysis and your calls. Let's hear it, Melbourne supporters. 96900 693 or outside of Melbourne 13 13 32 on the open line. Thanks to Nick Theodosi, Prestige Cars. For McDonald's, 3AW is preliminary final football.
As Melbourne faces the current restrictions, there's still a place where we can all gather. A place that's always open. For those who live alone. For families struggling to juggle kids and work. For businesses doing their best to stay afloat. A place that's open for you, where you can talk and share what matters most. It's the Open Line on 3AW. People you know, news you can trust. Melbourne's own 3AW.
That peeling feeling is back at Macca's, and it peels so good. That's right, the Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Hold on to your top hat, Shorey, because this year there's an epic $616 million in prizes to be won. You can be rolling up to the drive-thru in your brand new Volkswagen T-Cross or starting your next home makeover with a Philips audio and visual package, or even treating yourself to some much-needed retail therapy with vouchers from the Iconic. So if you're a fan of that winning feeling, peel and scan for your chance to win today at Macca's. But you better get a peel on as the Monopoly game ends October 19. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a case of Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager 355ml bottles for only $47 for My Dan's members. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
I am here to show you all how to Ladbroke. Make every race this spring even more exciting. Get the down low on the download. Ladbroke it this spring carnival.
But let's not stop there.
Let's Ladbroke the world! Gamble responsibly.
Unable to work due to illness or injury, you could claim insurance through your super. Morris Blackburn ensures you get your full entitlements. For a free super claim check, visit Australia's #1 super claims law firm.
Morris Blackburn, we fight for fair.
Oh, if you're one of the millions of Australians who suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. That's why you should try PhysioCramp. It contains menthol and naturally derived ingredients which are all great for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Just look for the purple tube at your local pharmacy, Chemist Warehouse, Coles or Woolworths. PhysioCramp. Always read the label. Follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Pick up a winner with a mixed 10-pack of Vodka Cruiser 275ml bottles for only $32.90. Shop unbeatable prices in-store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Offer ends Wednesday, September 15.
Bang on, 11:15 on a Friday night. That's on the eastern seaboard. 9:15 over in the Wild West. And it's been a wild old evening for the Demons. They have marched into their first grand final since 2000, demolishing Geelong by 83 points. 19-11-125 to the Cats, 6-6. 42.
And Beaver, it's just occurred to me that for Demon fans, the reality now emerges that they're in a grand final and it won't be on the MCG. And, you know, we've hypothesised about it, but didn't want to go the full Monty with it because this game had to be played. But I wonder how they're feeling. And if any of you have got a phone in your hand, give us a bell, 96900 693 or 13 13 32. Deliriously happy, totally unqualified happiness, or is there an asterisk next to it?
Yeah, you would imagine there'd have to be a certain feeling of hollowness to it. I mean, if you compare it to last year, the Tigers had already won 2 of the previous 3 premierships, so it was up at the Gabba. Mind you, the Cats, they were shooting for their first, in 9 years. But, I mean, yeah, we're talking about a drought that's been going on for 57 years. It's the longest in the competition, outside of the couple of clubs that haven't won one, the expansion teams, plus Fremantle, which is, just over a quarter of a century. But in terms of the foundation clubs, it'd be an extraordinary feeling of hollowness in many respects, I would imagine.
Oh, I think it would in a way. I mean, you're happy. You don't know whether to laugh or cry. I've been saying before we went to air tonight that, I mean, when Ash Barty wins at Wimbledon, or when our cricketers win at Lords or whatever, or at the Olympic Games recently, there are these great achievements. TV is all you know in those situations, but when it comes to footy, it's different because it's the localism which makes it what it is, and unfortunately for Melbourne fans, it's lost this time.
And the euphoria when the Western Bulldogs made it, and the euphoria, we just don't seem to have. I'm sure people are sitting in their lounge rooms and they're that excited that they're going to see Melbourne win a grand final, but there's not the excitement of trying to get tickets, not being there. Imagine we're at the MCG tonight. And the excitement that would be from Melbourne fans, but still unbelievable effort.
Well, let's try and bring the Melbourne fans some of the excitement from inside the Melbourne dressing rooms, because superstar midfielder Christian Petracca has been good enough to have a chat to us for a few minutes straight after this amazing 83-point demolition of the Cats. Christian, we appreciate your time, and as the enormity of what you've achieved, and I know there's still one more massive step to go, has it sunk in?
Not really, to be honest. It was pretty all a bit of a emotional ride, to be honest. I mean, the fourth quarter, we sort of knew we had it won, but the celebration after, when you're cheering with the fans after it, is it's pretty special, and it almost feels like a dream, to be honest. It's like an out-of-body experience.
Well done, Christian. Tony Shaw here, mate. Congratulations. Fantastic effort by the team and yourself, and you've just got that DNA that I think that you've had nearly all year defensively, but then offensively you're so efficient. Just how do you go about this? I spoke about it before. Lloydie's been there. Will Schofield, myself, we've been there. The week in the the 2 weeks in the build-up. Enjoy it now. Has the coach said anything to you at this quick notice?
We'll probably take a similar approach to the semi-final, where we had the first week off. So we've been here before, and obviously I think we got it right, to be honest. So the first week will just be real relaxing, all about recovery, sleep, nutrition. And then the week after, we'll ramp things right back up. We had a little scratch match last Saturday, so 7 days ago. Friday, so 7 days ago, which we will do again, I reckon. And it's good. It's the important thing about these is not to sort of relax off and taper off. You still need to get training and preparation in and still hit some bodies, and I felt like we did a really good job of, Darren Burgess, the high performance, getting it right.
I think it was such a perfect win, and how you went about it. We were just talking about your fans who won't have the opportunity to get to the MCG and see you. Have you got a message just for them now, this quick after the game?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Just for your fans who won't be able to see it, as in at the MCG after this long a period. Have you got a message for them? We know the game was great for you, but what could you say to them?
They've been with us the last 50 years, 60 years, to be honest. And, my emotion after the Geelong game 3 weeks ago, it's still the same. I think, they've been with us the whole time. They've been on this journey, and we play for fans like they've been waiting a long, long time. And as frustrating as it is, they can't come to Perth. The support we had here at Optus Oval was ridiculous. It was unbelievable.
Christian, congratulations. You must have an amazing confidence, which you have all year, in that you'll break a team eventually, and that is the way you defend as a team, but also your midfield group. I just thought pretty early on they just couldn't go with you. You were too powerful for them as a young midfield group. We pride ourselves on being honest, so working offensively and defensively, and we felt like our aggressiveness to score was unbelievable, and defensive stuff as well was awesome. If you're not going to impact the ball, you got to check where you're going and check the defense, and that's been the biggest step this year. I felt like the mid, Clayton Oliver and myself, were really taking ownership of priding ourselves on defense, and that everyone, not being selfish, everyone has to play a role, and guys like Sparrow and Harmsy are just chipping in. It's an unbelievable balance we've got at the moment. Had you never been taught that well before, or had the standards never been put to you so aggressively? Like, Why now has this occurred? It's great to watch, but we've seen it all year. How come it's happened now?
No, I think the last couple of years, 2019 was a disappointing year, and then 2020, the reality check of finishing, 9 wins and 9 losses, and just the inconsistency and realising when our best footy is good enough, but then also our worst footy is not great. So we need to polish that off. And the boys have taken ownership of that right from the start of pre-season. The leaders have just matured so much, and it's awesome.
Christian, we know.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, guys. Channel 7, I got to go because the media team. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
No, we know you only had a small window. Appreciate your time. Enjoy the next 15 days in the build-up. Christian Petracca joining us there for a few moments after Melbourne's thumping 83-point victory in the first preliminary final. 19-11-125. Geelong 6-6-42 in front of just over 58,500 fans. Who is giving the votes tonight? I think it's Lloydie.
I got him again. Yeah.
Yep. Seniority won out.
Yeah,
and
no
he
doubt.
sent a long looping handball down the other end of the desk.
All Melbourne players tonight, Beaver.
Really?
Yeah. No Dangerfield. Dangerfield was the only one that could consider 10 clearances for Danger, 30 disposals, tried his heart out, but he misses out. 1 vote I've given to Clayton Oliver, 27 disposals, 7 clearances for Clayton. 2 votes I've given to Jack Viney. He was brilliant, particularly in the first half, 34 disposals, 9 clearances, 579 metres gained for Jack. 3 votes I've given to Christian Salem. He just never rushes. Always has time on his side. Of his 29 disposals, he had 23 kicks, 721 metres gained, and just hardly wasted a disposal. 4 votes I've given to our guest, Christian Petracca, 32 disposals, kicked a goal, 8 clearances, tackled, 10 score involvements, and 5 votes, the captain, Max Gawn, 19 disposals, 5 goals. Just an unbelievable rucking display.
Incredible performance. Just before we take our final break, Will Schofield, thank you for joining us tonight as a special guest commentator. And who are you tipping for the grand final?
It's been great to be with you. Thank you very much for having me. Look, I think it's going to be a Melbourne-Port Adelaide grand final. Go with the ratios there of winning qualifying finalists to make it through to the granny. And I think after that, you can't go past Melbourne. Clearly what they're doing on-field's a big thing, but I think, and I was going to ask Christian, what they've changed off-field and their culture from afar looks like it's changed. Their leadership, their maturity, they're clearly going to big things, and I think Melbourne will get it done on the big stage.
Great work tonight, Will Schofield, Premiership West Coast Eagle, 194 games over a career that only came to an end this time last year. We need to take our final break, and we'll come back and wrap up ahead of Footy Nightline with Tony Leonard on the other side of the 11 o'clock news. Melbourne are in the grand final, and for Maccas, 3RW is football.